Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of council and administration. Do I have the floor?
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I bring greetings on behalf of File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, and just acknowledging the 147 years under Treaty 4 that we are existing in. We acknowledge the pipe ceremony every week or every morning of Treaty 4 week. We always hold an annual gathering to commemorate the entering into of treaty at the Treaty 4 Grounds Reserve in Fort Qu'Appelle. And we always acknowledge that special relationship between our nations and the Crown. So we lift the pipes every morning. Our veterans raise the flags at Treaty 4 Grounds Reserve. So I just acknowledge the pipes that were lifted this morning by our knowledge keepers, our pipe carriers, and acknowledge the prayers that were rendered. This morning, also, we have File Hills Qu'Appelle Chiefs engagement on some very important lands and resources issues. So we also had one of our Nakota drums, the elk whistle drum, also acknowledge this important day, this 147th anniversary, with the flag, victory, and honor songs this morning. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I also would be remiss if I did not acknowledge and thank City Council and the administration for the full participation and the protocol agreement that does exist for many years now between our tribal council and the City of Regina. In particular, acknowledge Mayor Masters and Council Members Stadenchuk and Findura, who are part of our governance committee, along with myself, Chief Star from Star Blanket Cree Nation, and Chief Fox from Pie Pot First Nation. There has been exceptional engagement and relation building since last fall, and the new mandates of City Council through the Mayor's office. I wanted to talk about some of the things that haven't gone well under treaty and how we might find a path moving forward. Of course, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report in December of 2015, and there was a number of aspects to that report on the impacts of Indian residential schools. So this report really had a form of redress to the legacy of Indian residential schools, not only on First Nations children's families and the intergenerational impact and trauma that it's created and left a legacy of, but it's also harmed the entire nation. It's impacted the country of Canada, and by that I mean that when there's certain segments of population or demographic that are mistreated or there are exclusions to public policy and legislative impacts that affect a certain segment of the population, it harms the entire union and it weakens it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and that there are specifically 94 calls to action. Some of them will be relevant to you and your roles at City Council and the administration at the City of Regina, and some will not be. But I think overall it has to speak to a more inclusionary versus exclusion. And while legislative impacts and laws that we as a society and as people need to follow, we recognize each of our roles may differ in that context. When we look at the legislative and legal frameworks within Canada and from a Western ideology, we take note that legislatures and lawmakers may have created laws or enacted laws that were intended to be equal, but have been exclusionary or have had unintended consequences. That they've created harm and excluded certain aspects of the population. So when we look at that, we're always reminding our treaty partners that we have to rebalance the policy and legal frameworks in this country. The provincial, federal, and provincial roles and responsibilities are there, and the Saskatchewan Municipalities Act and its framework and how it applies to municipalities such as the City of Regina in the province of Saskatchewan. We understand the roles that each of us have inside this context, and bylaw making, policy making. Those are all important for a society to not only be well governed, but well served and well functioning, and that each citizen or group of people have a place in a society. So we really spend a lot of time on trying to build relations, because it's through relationship building that we begin to understand how Canada and Saskatchewan's legal frameworks are exclusionary of a lot of the Indigenous context or First Nations perspective. And that starts at the relational level. And really, Western ideology and Indigenous ideology differ right from the start in our ways of being and ways of knowing. And that's okay. It's okay that we're different. And that's what treaty was all about. It was about peaceful coexistence. It was about living together on the land and in harmony. It was about sharing resources. It was about not interfering in each other's ways and laws, but respecting each other's ways, recognizing that we each have our beliefs, our traditions, and our legal frameworks, our regulatory frameworks, our social networks, our kinship laws and processes. So it's okay that we're different. That's what treaty is meant to bridge together, is the differences between Canada and Western ideology and First Nations people of this land and territory. So when we look at that, much of how Western ideology looks at things is, and much of society will look at things through an economic lens and a social lens. So an economic lens seems to dominate because you need to have the resources to have some of those social programs and social safety nets. Some of the tenets or the most important aspects of any government is to provide essential services to your citizens, and the underpinning of being able to provide essential services to your people is ensuring that you have the resources in place to be effective in providing those essential services. So from a very high level, we all have a role, and we have a very important role to play. When it comes to economic participation, this is where we've been calling on the City of Regina, the Government of Saskatchewan, Crown corporations, private and public industry to review and look at their procurement practices, and to make it a more inclusive space for Indigenous business, for Indigenous groups, Indigenous people, entrepreneurs, and to also make sure that it's more meaningful than looking at labor hours or perhaps percentage of ownership, but that we actually get into supply chain, building sustainable supply chains and sustainable economic businesses that First Nations and Métis people can build plans on, to rely upon, to build revenue streams, to build wealth, to ensure that our ways of being and knowing are being implemented and being respected. And true economic participation, or meaningful economic participation, sometimes means that we have to use those calls to action to make change and sometimes change is very difficult on an organization or a government, but it is very necessary. So I talked about laws and policies being created to be equal in their application, but yet they have disproportionate effect when they are not inclusive, when they don't recognize differences in ways of being and knowing, when they are in fact exclusive. And so that's a lot of attention to systemic racism, to systemic barriers. So on that very high level, we believe that building positive and effective good relations with governments such as the City of Regina and the mayor and our governance committee, 2 members of council, that is the appropriate place to start. And we got to get to know each other, to respect each other, and then to understand each other's ways so that, number one, we don't interfere, but we can also draw a line or draw a circle around the common interests and where we can work together and work forward on building economic closure and closing some of those gaps created by the Indian residential schools and those legacies. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Tribal Chief Elgard, for your words today. Very much appreciate them, and in honor of September 15th and treaty signing. I would say thank you for your acknowledgements and your words and your encouragement in terms of how we continue to move forward in a good way. Thank you. I'll call the meeting to order, and good afternoon and welcome to the September 15th, 2021 City Council meeting. Again, we acknowledge we're on traditional lands of Treaty 4, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and I'd like to remind them that when you're attending, please ensure your video camera is off and your microphone as well. And when speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. I think we could say that 100 times and it will not ever fail to, you're on mute. But in any way, delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the written briefs from Jordan Haywood and Adrienne Duke and the withdrawal of report CR 21-113 2020 annual report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from City Council meeting held on August 11th, 2021? Councillor Zakidniak. Okay, one moment. Okay. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any errors or omissions? Okay. All right, Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, so on page 17, there's a vote, and the top vote on that page. Apparently, I left the room, and it doesn't say that, so that's all minor error.
Mr. Clerk, would you like to comment on that? If you leave the room, it's just in terms of the recorded vote, the vote for who is present are recorded as opposed to, because it's only recording in favor or against. But Mr. Clerk, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you. I'm just looking through my notes. So Councillor Zahidniak, you are referring to the vote on the YQR distillery?
Yeah, and generally it'll say Councillor X whoever left the room. And so I voted on the previous one, but not on that one, and I assume that's what happened.
So that would likely just be an oversight on our part, and we can correct that administratively.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any other errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Any opposed? As amended? Carried. We have a delegation for the next matter, CM 21-14 and CM 21-15. One moment while we queue them up. I'd like to call upon delegation Janie Markowicz, Brent Magnus, and Christy Howes, Mobius. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, this is Janie Markowicz from Mobius Benefit Administrators. Just want to confirm that you can hear me.
We can, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, first of all, for having us attend and present. I will just spend a few minutes going through the highlights of the annual report for the casual plan. And these are summarized on pages 4 and 5 of the report, but I will spend some time and then open for questions. So the net assets available for benefits increased during 2020 to 15 million from 14.1 million in 2019. The total plan return for 2020 was 6.7%, and the average member balance is at 12,423 at year end. The inflows into the plan for 2020 included contributions of 674,000, and as well as investment returns of 867,000. The outflows included pension and benefit refunds, which were paid by the plan of 594,000, and administrative expenses totaled 37,000. And I'll just turn to page 5 of the annual report just to highlight a few other items. So as of December 31st, 2020, the plan had 1,273 members. 73.2% were active and 26.8% were inactive. There were 72 new enrollments in 2020. And the other thing I wanted to point out that in addition to these highlights, the annual report includes further information on plan design, member service, plan governance, board education, and investments. It also includes the audited financial statements and the independent auditors' reports. The auditors issued an unmodified opinion, and there were no issues reported. So that concludes the formal presentation that I wanted to bring today, but I'll pause here for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you. Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for this report. I really appreciated the visual charts and the information in this report. The demographic profile does break down the membership in the plan by age and by active members and inactive members. I was just wondering if there's an average, any information in terms of the average term, time period that people are in the plan. Would that kind of information be available?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to just defer that to Brent. Brent Magnus is our Director of Benefit Administration. If you want to speak to that. And we may not have Brent on the line. I don't have that information on hand, but I can take that back.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah.
I managed to unmute myself.
Oh, thanks, Brent. Okay, I'll be quiet now. Go ahead.
That information is readily available. It doesn't necessarily appear in the annual report. Generally the mixture between active and inactive members, essentially an inactive member is essentially somebody who's left the plan but hasn't taken their funds from the plan. Generally we keep the reporting in the annual report on kind of a higher level, but that information certainly is available. Of course, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. So I can make a request maybe for that information. Yeah, I'm just wondering in terms of contribution time in the plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Mancinelli.
It has an average duration of 4.3 years. Is that the number we're looking for? Just notice within the report, it states an average duration for members of 4.3 years, just trying to add to the conversation.
Sorry, I'm assuming you can still hear me. The average duration is that of 4.3. I think you're referring to, Councillor, is in the LTD report, which is coming up next.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that you stay on the line as we introduce or as we vote on this and then introduce the next report, if that's okay. But there are no further questions from council on the report number 14. Council, can I have someone move a motion? Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file the report? Councillor Mancinelli, can I have a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Mancinelli, did you wish to speak to the report at all?
Just a couple of comments. I am on this committee, and there was a little bit of extra activity because of the previous election. The politicians in the room are covered under this plan, and it sounds like by the returns and everything else, they're doing a fairly decent job managing everything. So that's the word from the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any questions or comments from other members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor?
Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CM 21-15, the Regina Civic Employees Long-Term Disability Plan 2020 Annual Report. We continue to have Jeannie Markowicz, Brent Magnus, and Christy House from Mobius on the line. I'll just advise you, please restate your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to present, after which time council will have the opportunity to ask questions, to which we'll ask you to answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. It's Jeannie Markowicz from Mobius Benefit Administrators. I'm here to present the annual report for 2020 on the long-term disability plan. So I guess this plan is a bit different than the last one. It's a disability insurance plan, so providing eligible members with protection against potential income loss due to sickness or injury. So the highlights from the annual report are summarized again on pages 4 and 5 of the report. So just starting on page 4, the net assets available for benefits at the end of 2020 were 52 million. The disability obligations were 19.5 million, and there was a surplus of 32.5 million at year end. The inflows into the plan included contributions of 2.4 million and investment returns of 2.4 million. The disability benefit payments, so outflows, were 2.9 million, and administrative expenses for the plan were 1 million. Members data on page 5. At the end of 2020, there were 4,035 members. The plan had 100 active claims. Annual active claims have ranged from 91 to 107 over the past 5 years, an average of 98. So 2020 was close to average. The average age is 52.3 years old, and the average duration is 4.3 years for the claims. The average monthly benefit is for 2020 was 3,384. And again, as with the other plan, the annual report also includes information on plan design, plan governance, the administrative board and board education, claims experience, plan funding and investments, and of course also includes the audited financial statements and independent auditors report. Again, the auditors issued an unmodified opinion, and there were no issues reported. And with that, I'll pause for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Oh, sorry, I apologize. Can I get someone to make a motion to? Nope. I'm off my game here today. How about I just open it up for questions of the delegate? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your presentations this afternoon. I'll ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much for having us. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to receive and file this report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, with a seconder from Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from members on the report? Did you want to introduce it again, Jason? You're good. Any question from members on the report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the question?
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-115, Dudney Avenue East Garden Lease Expansion. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you introduce the report?
Mayor Masters, thank you. I bring report CR 21-115, Dudney East Garden Lease Expansion, that the City Council approved the City of Regina entering into an amendment agreement for the lease of portion of the city property at 1197 Park Street. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Mayor Masters, DECA has operated this garden and this area for about 20 years. There's been a demand on garden or gardening, so this DECA is looking for adding extra space into this area. This hence we have this in front of us to amend the agreement. DECA has the agreement signed till 2027, so this will be the addition to add extra space. It's just simple, straightforward, that will expand the garden area to allow more individuals and more people that are interested in gardening to come out and have a space. There's a waiting list. So, the Masters Committee adopts the resolution to concur in the recommendation contained in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ventura. Any questions from members on the report? Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, you said that there's a waiting list to get onto the community garden. Would you know how many people are on this waiting list?
Not really, just know that it's a waiting list. So, I mean, I've been asked, being in that area as a councillor, I've been asked to add another space outside of this one. That's how big. So I would say probably 10, maybe 15 or 20 people that would like to get into it. Because I know I've had an inquiry about adding another space further east from where that one is to maybe add another 20, 30 spots. So it is a high demand. And that didn't go too far, so this is, because what happens is the Community Association manages all the comings and goings with that garden. So it's a volunteer position and it's a lot of work from the committee. So they decided what it looks like is to just come and add extra and then move on from there. But I can't tell the number, but I would say, take about 20 people maybe.
Thank you for that. Just to add to that, though, what I would like is some type of, if you could look into it for us to find out if there's a demand of 50 people, then maybe we should look into something more in other places. If there's a waiting list of 5 people, then maybe it's not as urgent. So I just kind of like to know those numbers just for that verification through the chair, if that's fine.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
And then just to add to that, the Dunedin Community Associations, they would have to submit the request to the administration, and then the research or looking at an area, if it fits, it doesn't fit. So that would be the process to start. So I mean, I could encourage, maybe once the white stuff comes down, to have a conversation with the community association and say, if you feel that you need something like extra, to start the process with the administration.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no other questions from council, Councillor Findura, did you have anything final to add to close it up?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor. Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-121, the Ring Road Grade Crossing Relocation Preliminary Design Procurement. Councillor Fingandura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-121, Ring Road Grade Crossing Relocation Preliminary Design and Procurement. The City Council authorized the Executive Director of City Planning and Community Development or their designate to initiate a public procurement. The recommendations are in your report, 1 to 3. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay, Mayor Masters, this report came to Planning Commission for the reason Planning Commission, within their terms of reference, deal with any kind of railway crossings. But what I will do is, so I'm just going to go as far as this, that Commission seeks concurrence, and if I may, to you, Mayor Masters, ask administration to give it a little bit more detailed overview of what we're dealing with here. Mayor Masters?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, the report before you today is subject to the rail relocation, and it's the next steps in the process that was approved on August 26, 2019 by City Council in Report CR 19-76 to pursue the preferred solution to remove the rail crossings at Ring Road. So the report is in line with the reason this is before you is regarding the matter is because of the consultant contract. It is over the 500,000, and so we do need, it will exceed 750,000. Thus, it needs your approval for this. So that's why it's before you today. As noted in the report, this work is required to be done to be able to start to narrow down the options for this type of project, and it's required so that we can have and further the conversations with the rail companies. Without doing this work, it makes it difficult for us to have those conversations because the engineering needs to be done to be able to find solutions and problem solve with regards to the amount of work that it would take to remove these lines. So that's the reason why this work has to be done and to advance the discussions with the rail companies. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions for administration? Councillor Mole?
I don't have a question, just a comment. Born and raised Regina citizen, thank you very much for starting this work. I've don't like waiting on that ring road, so thank you very much. It's a long time coming. Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm going to move a resolution that we move for a brief period of time into private session to discuss this. And the point I would like to discuss in private is essentially the current relationship with the railroad company. So as I understand the proposal, it is we would spend about $2 million to get some initial data, initial drawings from engineers, which we would then put to the companies. If the companies are not likely to agree to the railroad relocation in any event, I don't think we should spend $2 million on it. And so the discussion I want to have in private is with respect to that relationship, and essentially to be convinced that it's worth spending $2 million for preliminary design. So I suggest we have that limited discussion in private and then come back out for the remainder of the debate.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Does he have a seconder on the resolution to go in private? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the resolution.
I'll begin with Councillor LeBlanc, please.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
We'll have to,
You just say we will go into private session. We're going to leave the chamber and go into
We're going to go into private session. You don't have to move. Council is going to excuse ourselves into the Larry Schneider room and have a private conversation. Discuss proprietary business information relative to the matter before us. No decisions were made, and now we'll resume discussions. Relative to CR 21-121 Ring Road grade crossing relocation, preliminary design procurement. Do I have any further questions or comments from Council for Administration on this report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to call the vote.
Begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor?
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving right along to more trains, we have motion 21-4, train issues in Eastview and McNabb. Councillor Zakidniak, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Sure, and what I actually have prepared is an amendment on that motion, so can I just go ahead and read the amendment as opposed to the original motion?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So the amendment is that administration prepare a report for the Operations and Community Services Committee for Q2 of 2022 that outlines the number of city railroad crossing locations eligible for whistle cessation, the cost implications, and the preliminary criteria proposed for prioritizing whistle cessation locations. So this amendment was discussed with administration and supported as a logical next step in this process that would also help the city gather some useful information without additional costs incurred for us. So this is something that will help us have additional information for the entire city and a process to follow with any whistle cessation requests in the future. So I think that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to take any questions, and I don't know if you would like to speak at all, like if administration would like to give their comments on this amendment as well.
One moment, please. Can we get a seconder on the motion, amended motion on the floor? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. We can flip it to administration if you like now. Councillor Zakiniak.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Onright?
Thank you, through the chair. So administration is in agreement with the amendment that has come forward. It would see administration take away work that would involve looking at all locations in the city, and then which ones would be determined to go through the whistle cessation process, which is followed through discussions with both CN and CP. And then there would be cost estimates put together. Through that work, once determined which locations to look at, the city would hire a consultant that would pull together, and a consultant specific to railway crossing safety. They would put together the cost estimates and the work that would be done. That would be a discussion with CP and CN. That work will come back to council and committee for discussion, and then would move forward. If it is the wish of council and was approved, that would come forward in the 2024 capital and operating budget. So 2023 would see the consultants' work, but the work that would be done by administration would be to look at all the locations, bring that information to council, and an estimate on the work by a consultant in 23. And I'll maybe just add to that. So there were three identified areas at the beginning of the discussion. Administration feels looking at the city as a whole would prevent having one-offs come back to committee and have to be dealt with one at a time. Rather, look at the entire railway crossing within the city limits and then put a plan together to deal with that if that is the wish of council.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Can I just get some clarification, please, as to what you just said? Now, the city will then be asked, will be hiring a consultant to be doing this work through you, Mayor Masters?
Mr. Onright?
Through the chair, the initial work would be done by administration, so in 22.
Okay.
And that work would be conversations with railways on locations that would be eligible,
Okay.
preliminary prioritization criteria for a program, cost implications of hiring a consultant, and that consultant, so the cost implications of hiring the consultant would come forward in the report that would come back to council in Q3 of 22. So the costs for the consultants would be considered in the 2023 budget. And the consultant would then be hired, if approved, to do the detailed work around the specific locations that have met the criteria laid out in the work from 22.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say this, it is a complex process because you're not only dealing with rail companies, you're dealing with the national kind of control body over safety around rail lines.
So with this work being done, can you tell us kind of in short the benefits to this being done through the chair, or through you, Mayor Master, sorry?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Warren, Director of Roadways and Traffic, to comment.
Thank you. Through you, your worship, Mayor Masters. So the benefits that administration proposes with a program such as this is that we've got over 70 railway crossings in the city, many of which we do know that would be a good candidate for whistling cessation, and many that would not. So by going through a process such as this, we'd be able to determine which crossings make good candidates based on criteria such as proximity to residential neighborhoods and things like that. So then we can bring this plan forward to council and have a staged approach in terms of identifying the priorities of council and then moving forward with the program in terms of implementing the whistling cessation at the various locations that are a priority. So as Mr. Onright had mentioned, this program looks at the city holistically and sets the priorities from council and the community, as opposed to with an established program, as opposed to doing this as a one-off and continuously having to come back to council to ask for budget dollars in future budgets to deal with those issues as they come up.
Okay, that as a better understanding. Just to add, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this. So when these consultations happen and say this street is a good candidate for this to be done, does anybody know how many times that this has actually been changed and implemented through you, Mayor Masters?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Kaleem to comment, Traffic and Engineering.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't have the exact number of times that has been before us. It has been several years since we've achieved whistle cessation at any of our rail crossing locations. There are several crossings that did achieve it, probably in the dozens threshold. The most recent ones were unsuccessful for various reasons, moving through the various processes, including getting through council conversations with the rail and whether or not there was community buy-in for the change.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So can I just ask, so is this asking them to consider silencing the trains? Is that the intent?
Through your worship, can I get the question repeated again?
So is it the intent that we would be, this motion would be asking to look at these sites to consider silencing these trains?
Through your worship, so that is part of the discussion. The other part of the discussion comes into what mechanisms can be applied to ensure both pedestrian and vehicular safety at these crossings. So it might include, in order to get to silencing, you may have to put controlled signals in, you may have to put fence up. There's a number of things that would have to be done, and you can have a real variance in the costs associated with this. The costs can probably run as low as $50,000, $40,000, $30,000, but they can also be as high as $500,000.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the things in kind of the reading I've done is the reason that they have whistles is for safety. And I've read a few reports where, if we're silencing trains, we could be also putting our community at risk. So I guess I'm struggling with the fact that, why we would want to go through this work when we're looking at, I absolutely want to ensure safety, but I think if we're looking at taking away the whistles, and I absolutely agree, if people live by a railroad track, you've got to know there's whistles. So I'm concerned with, if we're going to move to looking at reducing whistles, we're going to have to then pay the cost of adding more measures of safety, but we're taking away safety. I just need more of an explanation as to what the suggestion of why this would be supported if we truly want to ensure safety. And when you speak to, that's why they whistle, that's why they come in. Kids know, people know they're there.
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Warren to start, and he may ask Ms. Kaleem to comment also. Mr. Warren?
Mr. Warren, it looks like you're online, but you're on mute right now.
Let's start with Ms. Kaleem.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to the question around the whistling, administration would concur that the current whistling practice is a safety mechanism that thereby protects the public and alerts them to the fact that there is a train approaching. The process that we're going to go through will not necessarily result in pursuing anti-whistling at all of the locations. So the motion before council, if approved, still gives us the wiggle room to determine that whistling is required for safety at certain crossings, or whether there are certain locations where, on the balance to the community, the health impacts of the noise is such that we would prefer to take alternate measures to improve the safety at the crossing. However, it is a consideration for council to think about. And one additional piece of information that I would just supply is that often where anti-whistling is achieved. Other measures, including bells, can be put into place, and those do also have a noise component to them that may impact residents.
Thank you. Just the last question. So we have 7, did I hear 7? I'm not sure if that's the right number. How many crossings do we have? And then would the recommendation be back to council with a cost, but again, keeping in mind that safety is a priority? So I guess I would like to know that when the report comes back, will there be a cost affiliated with it? And the measures that are taken to ensure safety if whistling is considered to be reduced.
Through your worship, you are correct, Councillor Brasciani, there are 70 locations. I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment on the specifics about what will come back to council in 22 and what the ask will be in 2022.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters, and apologies, my computer froze up. I'm now logged in on my phone. Mr. Enright is correct. There are over 70 crossings in the city. However, with some of the information that we found through some of this analysis is that there's probably at least 20 of those intersections that would be good candidates for whistling cessation. So there is a considerable impact to what we might be looking at if there are enhancements required at each one of those locations. So when it comes to the report that will be coming forward in 2022, so basically what the plan would be if this motion were to pass, or this amendment, is that we would come back with a list of all of the eligible locations for whistling cessation, and that would have been through consultation with the railway companies and Transport Canada. And then we would bring forward an estimate and a budget ask to hire a consultant. And what that consultant for 2023, and what that consultant would do is then perform that safety analysis, perform a high-level assessment of the cost at each one of those railway crossings to upgrade to a standard in which safety would be prevalent with the whistling, with the stopping of the whistling, and then to also confirm any criteria that we, as an administration, as a city, would want to consider when to prioritize which locations should we go to first with a citywide program. So that report would basically in 2022 give the authority, if approved, to hire the consultant, do all the work. Once that work is done by the consultant throughout the year 2023, we would then come back at the end of 2023 with basically here's a program and here's some options, here's the locations, here's a cost of the actual construction to enhance these intersections, and then a budget ask for a program that goes into 2024 and beyond. So that's kind of how we have it laid out in terms of what this would look like. So yes, there would be a couple more opportunities for council to consider the costs to hire a consultant, and also the costs to actually do the upgrades should this be something that council wishes.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Massanelli.
I plan on supporting this motion, and just a comment to add with it. Trains blow their whistles 200 meters before an intersection, 200 meters after an intersection, and whether they're lit with bells or not, all time of day I operate a business beside one, and I feel bad for the neighbors who have to listen to that all night long. Having this come up at the same time we're discussing the previous file that we voted on, I think is an efficiency to find out some answers for the residents within our city. I think it would be nice to have less train whistles going all hours of the day throughout the city. So to find those questions, and knowing that they're working on rail lines currently anyways, I think it's good timing, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? I have a few. At least 20 intersections would be good candidates for whistle cessations. Are these new crossings?
Through your worship, I don't believe so. I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, these are previously existing railway crossings that have been in place for decades.
Has this work been done before? I understand that this is not the first time. In fact, it's the multiple time that this type of work has been brought forward by new council members or existing council members. So has this work been done before?
Through you, Mayor Masters, according to our records, the last time whistling cessation was actually achieved was back in 2001 when there was, I believe, 5 intersections that are 5 railway crossings, combination of both CN and CP crossings that had some whistling cessation applied to them and some enhancements made. However, that was, according to our records, the last time that that the city has actually done some of that work.
Thank you. You're going to bring back a report, I'm hearing, in 2022. Given that we've all seen your work schedules, what are you bumping in order to get this work done? Mr. Onright?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, to the question, when the motion originally came up in, I believe, May of 2021, there was a consideration to have that work come back in 2021. So through conversations with administration, and obviously since this motion has been bumped and tabled and deferred until now, we had always recommended that we add this to a 2022 work plan because it wasn't currently in our 2021 work plan. So the work that we're asking that we would undertake to do in 2022 would be something that we could add to our work plan and take on that work. However, the work that will result from that report coming in 2022 in terms of the consultant work and the prioritization and the analysis of what the cost might be would require additional resources in 2023, both internal project management as well as the funding, obviously, for a consultant. So that information and those financial considerations would be coming forward in that report in 2022. So I guess to sum that up, we do have the capacity to do this initial work, consulting with the railway companies and Transport Canada in 2022.
Okay, I'm going to give you a hypothetical, Mr. Onright, Mr. Warren. I'm not a fan of doing a report without an outcome. A report for the sake of a report is a useless waste of time. I'm hoping you would agree with me. So what happens if we don't prioritize the resources? How many years can a report produced in 2022 relative to whistle cessation last? How long is that report going to be good for if we can't allocate resources to it in 2023 and 2024?
Through Your Worship. Well, I think as Mr. Warren has indicated, it's been 20 years since the last piece of work has been done. That is really difficult to determine at this stage. I think looking at the city as a whole is a far better approach than picking these off one by one. There is no current program or funding. At any given time, as this work comes forward, it would be council's right and decision to not move forward with the work at any point in time, because once the report comes back in 2022, it would ask for the money to hire the consultant. That is where the work the consultant does will determine how much money it will cost to deal with each one of these locations. And as I indicated earlier, it could be as low as $30,000 or $40,000. It could be as high as $500,000 per location. And at that time, it would need to be determined how much money would be allocated to the program and over what period of time.
So if we have a recreational master plan that was produced and 10 years later required a new one, the expectation, and if you're going to draw some comparators, is that within 10 years we would have to invest some of the money in order to make a 2022 report on whistle cessation worthwhile. Is that fair?
That is fair.
I'm going to ask one more time. How many accidents have we had relative to these intersections that you know of throughout the city?
Through Your Worship, I'll ask Mr. Warren or Ms. Kleem to comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we had spent some time trying to get some of that data from the railway companies and SGI. I believe Ms. Kaleem has found some data, but although not comprehensive, so I would ask Ms. Kaleem to respond.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, if you just bear with me, we were able to find a data set that we think we were able to extrapolate from, but it did not come directly from the rail companies. So I say that with a caveat. It appears there were 29 pedestrian incidents between 1987 and 2019. Of those 29, 17 resulted in injuries, of which there were several different situations regarding the incidents, varying from trespass to attempting to climb onto trains, a large group of trespassers with an injury, and some suspected self-harm.
Thank you, Ms. Kaleem. Here's my struggle. We have some very significant items of work before administration. Everything from transit plans, wastewater, water, other rail issues, infrastructure issues, the ongoing road, weeds and potholes. And so to suggest that we would take administration time to do a report in 2022 that none of us right now would commit further funding to, I'm struggling with from a priorities perspective and from a strategic perspective. Mr. Holden, did you wish to comment? You turned it off.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. And as city manager, I welcome the questions. You know, every initiative that comes forward from council or from individual councillors, I think has merit. But that said, we do have to make decisions, and we have a lot of priorities on our plate. So I do support the fact that, yes, going off and doing a report and bringing it in 2022. And obviously we don't know the outcome of the report, but to Mr. Onright's comment, it may be as little as 40,000, it may be as much as $500,000. So using the example of, 20 years ago, we upgraded 5 locations to, end the whistling cessation. It could be in the range of 200,000, to almost 2.5 million. So at the end of the day, there's a lot on our plate. Advancing our recreation master plan, our transit master plan. Not to say that this isn't important and it doesn't impact residents in communities, but really it is a matter of, if you make the decision today, you really do need to be committing that you're going to prioritize the investment, and I know that's difficult when you don't know what it is, but it is going to be in the range of $250,000 to $2.5 million. And how many of those decisions do we want on the table with some uncertainty as to whether or not they'll end up being prioritized? Because although respectfully, Mr. Warren can prioritize that in his 2022 work plan for his staff, it does mean that something else does not proceed or is slowed down. So I appreciate that the mayor has put on the floor that we need to start to prioritize and make strategic choices about how you direct your administration. At the end of the day, we do take direction from council, and we will undertake whatever you direct us to do. But I think just the reflection on, is it a priority? Should we advance it today? And what would the next steps in terms of investment be?
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Councillor Zakidniak, as it's your motion, you can close off debate.
Okay. So, with respect to this report, as already indicated, this is a way to have a list of which locations are even eligible for whistle cessation, so that the next time somebody comes to City Council or the city asking for whistle cessation, we will have that information on hand, whether or not that location is even eligible. And then the preliminary criteria also would be very helpful for us to understand, instead of just having a whistle cessation request and having to start to examine each one individually. In working with administration, we came up with an amendment that they felt would be useful information for them to have, as well as useful information for counselors to have, I think, when approached with these types of requests. As mentioned by Councillor Mancinelli, I think that the timing of this, in conjunction with the railroad work that we've already committed to doing, does make sense. Also, with that work, we committed to investing, $2 million, not knowing what the next steps in that process will be, or the costs associated with that. So this is a similar thing. We don't know yet what the cost implications are, and that's why we need to do the report to find out. And if it has a lifespan of 10 years, that's quite a long time for us we get this information next year. If we choose to act on it the following year, great. If we choose to wait a couple of years, if it's a 10-year time span, that still gives us significant time to act on it further if we would like to do so. So I would like to request your support in this. We found a way to get some additional information that has no additional costs at this time, and is information that's not just useful for the interests in those of us who brought this motion forward, but for, I think, all of us on council and administration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Zahidniak, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
It's a tie vote. The motion is deemed to have lost.
We'll now consider item CR 21-122, Johnson Shoyama Graduate School of Public Policy Executive Internship Program. Councillor Hawkins, I believe you have a message.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I have a conflict. I work for the school.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hawkins has left the room. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-122, Johnson Sharma Graduate School of Public Policy Executive Internship Program. The City Council Delegate Authority Executive Director, People and Transformation, and the designate to negotiate and approve agreements with University of Regina, University of Saskatchewan, and interns to provide up to 2 internship opportunities on an annual basis for a period of September 1, 2021 to April 30th of 2026. Mayor Master, can I get a second there?
Thank you, Councillor
Stevens. Thank you. The city has been involved in this program since 2010. Interns gain valuable experience, and city benefits by having access to a valuable resource. So Mayor Master's committee seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ventura. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Thank you. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to CR 21-124, but I believe we need Councillor Hawkins back in the room. He doesn't text. Can I get someone? Just one moment, Council, while we have Councillor Hawkins rejoin us. CR 21-124, naming Horizon Station Park. Councillor Vendura, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Okay. Masters, thank you. I bring report CR 21-124, MR4 naming Horizon Station Park. The City Council approved the town's MR4 to be named Horizon Station Park. Masters, can I get a second, please? Mr. Chair, the development submitted to the city for the naming Horizon Station to be assigned to town's MR4. Terra reached out to grade 6 class of St. Gabriel School for them to come up with the name, and you notice in the report that they have come up with few. This particular name was chosen for the design of the park. The theme is train theme. There is no conflict with the naming of Horizon. There's another name, Horizon, up in the northwest. That was communicated that it's not in conflict. This is a park, and we go by a street. And the administration is in support of this. So is the naming committee. Arcola East Community Association as well supported the name of Horizon Park, Horizon Station Park. Commission seeks concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Any members of council wish to have questions? Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. So I appreciate the report and the intention here. I want to cite a section of the report that talks about the developers working with the civic naming committee to work towards achieving a target of 25% of street and 50% of park names within a concept plan for the towns. The remaining 2 parks will need to have names with an Indigenous connection in order to meet the 50% target. I'm especially appreciative of the process that the developers, on behalf of the city, engaged in, and basically had a class, community members actually crafting this name. My concern with it is actually the fact that we risk the second half of this commitment, which is the Indigenous connection in terms of naming spaces and streets. Parks sometimes just don't get built. So until that's guaranteed, I think there is a risk that we won't actually meet that target. I'm going to propose a referral motion. And the intention there is that, one, we respect what the community has put on the table and what the developer has done to provide us with a name, Horizon Station Park. But that we'll phase that in later. So when other parks come online and we're confident that they'll actually be constructed, they have a name to go with it. So that legwork is done. But in terms of the referral, the spirit here is that it commits to ensuring that there is an Indigenous naming component to this particular park. And I would like to flag one of the submissions. There are actually several submissions in the report where some of the same kids involved with this discussion had actually accomplished what I'm trying to advance here. And they had proposed, for instance, Cree names for this particular park. So I think we can actually accomplish all of the above. We would just change the sequencing. And this doesn't prescribe a particular name as per the submission by some of the kids. Instead, this would go back. There would be collaboration, involvement with the Civic Naming Committee, but that the name that comes back to Planning Commission and Council would prioritize the commitment we've made to indigenize space names and make that a #1 priority in sequence in this later. So I think the referral motion, and I would say if others want to speak to this, it's up to the chair to allow that. I would certainly welcome it, because once a referral motion is on the table, there's no debate. So I'll read it, but the spirit here is that others would be able to talk about it. That's up for the chair to decide. And really what I'm looking for is that this matter be referred back to administration to report back to the Regina Planning Commission and City Council with a park name that aligns with our commitment to indigenize parks and street names as outlined in the civic naming guidelines to name Regina parks and streets. So I've outlined the purpose and the principle here. We can kind of get both. It's just the timing that changes, and it's still a respect for the community and in fact, an amplified respect for some of those community members who actually wanted to indigenize the name of this park. So I'll leave it up to the chair to figure out how they want to manage the referral and speakers.
What is typical, Council, is that referral motions do not have debate since the mover has opened it up. We'll allow, but not 5 minutes. Councillor Stevens does need a seconder for his referral motion. Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani, you're first to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate what Councillor Stevens is asking for here, but I have journeyed with this grade 6 class as well. And from St. Gabriel, they were there with part of developing the town's community, and then again looking at the community as a whole. And what they did is they had the submissions that you see, these orange pages, were brainstorming activities that they had asked the kids to do. Horizon Station Park actually has like some Indigenous meaning as well, but when I guess the biggest conversation was the students, they asked the students what they wanted to see in their community. And I know that there is many more things to be coming up in that community as well. In the park, there is going to be a shelter that they want to also name, that will be considered as well. The town submission, they pay tribute to the many communities around Regina, and that's how this was developed. And when they looked at the horizon, it aligns kind of with the definition, to kind of the skies, the living skies that carry on forever, and kind of goes with the Mother Earth piece. So there was a conversation, and it was voted on by the class. So the other reason too station was chosen was it's a place to gather. And I don't think that the other piece would be, I mean, it would be something we could talk to the developer too, is if there was translation in Cree for Horizon Station. Something like that, if that was consideration of what was wanted. I also want to make note that in our community, just down the way, is Okamasas Park, which was a Cree name, a park that was named after the Indigenous, and also Tower Road, which is now Anaquad. So we have many streets in the Greens and in the towns, and we know that there's going to be more towns names as well in the Indigenous. But in the area in Greens and Eastbrook, we have Bellegarde, we have many Indigenous names that they use for streets. So I think we are making our way forward, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
That was just actually kind of the question I was going to ask, but obviously Councillor Bresciani answered it, so thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from Council, I have a question for Councillor Stevens. You're looking to refer it back to rename it from what the kids name it, or in a holding pattern until there's another park with an Indigenous name in the neighborhood?
The intention that this would go back and we would come up with a name that respects an existing commitment to indigenize parks and street names. That's it. So this could come back with a translation into an Indigenous language, as some of the kids suggested. That's up to administration. I don't want to prescribe it, but the next time this report comes forward, there would be a name that respects that particular commitment, and instead of Horizon Station Park, it would have another name. This particular space that is to be Horizon Station Park would have an indigenized name. We could put Horizon Station Park on hold, so the next time another park comes online, we have a name ready to go.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Ms. Harlech, before we disappoint a grade 6 class, do you have any knowledge that council should consider relative to when the next park will be coming on stream in this neighborhood?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I am not sure of the timing of the next phases. I might ask Mr. Lacey, because it is the development in this area.
Through you, Mayor Masters, if Ms. Bizdell is still on the line, I'll refer that question to Ms. Bizdell.
Through you, Mayor Masters, phasing of the town's phase 2, stage 1, 2, 2A, that is occurring next year. Can I say with certainty that a park will be built within 5 years? I can't say that with certainty, just based on market. However, I would expect that the next park will be within 5 years.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, we're voting on the referral motion. Please call the vote.
Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Moore.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The referral motion is defeated 7-4. It's lost.
Back to the original motion, CR 21-124, naming of Horizon Station Park. Any further questions on the report of either administration or Mr. Findura from the Planning Commission? Councillor Findura, sorry. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I do just have one question as to how this made it this far without taking advantage of a young class to teach them of the TRC and the commitments made to having more indigenized names and history shared. I think this might have been a little bit of a failure in education, and I'm just wondering how it got that far. I do not want to offend grade sixers, though. Any comments? Was that brought up when this class was partaking in this exercise? Is that something that the developer was aware of and the necessity?
Ms. Howerlick?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I might start and then ask Ms. Bizdell. So this process wasn't part of the city's process. The developers undertook that under their own volition. The policy does say 50% and 25%, so that's where we looked at that. But I'd have to ask Ms. Bizdell if she knows the details of the consultation with the students.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have that at my fingertips. I'm just reaching out. I was not involved in the process. As Ms. Howerlick indicated, our consultants on our behalf did conduct this engagement with the grade 6 class. So I don't know specifically what the conversations were, what the expectations were with regards to the naming.
Thank you. And I guess I just want to say really clearly, in no way do I think the grade 6 class failed. I think we failed because we didn't educate them. Thank you. And I like the name. I think it's great. It just doesn't meet what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just to Councillor Mancinelli's question, I attended just 2 sessions. They had many. But again, I'm not sure if that was the focus, but I know there was a conversation because they started this many years ago. Like this was not just it might have even been 3 or 4 years ago when they started the conversations originally. But that's something, though, it's probably a takeaway that, you know what, if we are, but I think this was, I hope more developers do this because it really ingrained the community and the kids to look at their park and say, what do I want to see in that park? And I know for a fact in conversation that, like I said, they're naming more than this. So I know there's going to be a few other things in there. And I know that for sure it'll absolutely be the conversation to have the Indigenous names in there as well. And as well as on the streets. So absolutely. So thank you.
Seeing no further comment or question lined up, I'll ask Mr. Clerk to call the vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I believe we're moving on to some public hearing and public notice bylaws. We'll now consider the bylaws that require that public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Findura to do the first readings of bylaw 2155, 2156.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, the bylaws 2021-55 and 2021-56 be introduced and read the first time. Clerk?
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. City Clerk, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. Council is now considering two proposed amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw 2019, both of which require a public hearing. Owing to the ongoing COVID restrictions, delegations wishing to address council were required to register in advance of this meeting. We received no requests. Accordingly, bylaw 2021-55 is proposed to remove the requirement for a separation distance between an established retail trade cannabis use and a proposed sensitive land use within the city, and 2021-56 proposes to rezone the subject lands to facilitate infrastructure development to support the future Coopertown neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any opposed? Carried. Councillor Findura, would you please do the second reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2021-2055 and 2021-56 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none? Any opposed? Carried. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that council hereby consents to the bylaw 2021-55 and 2021-56 go into the third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Findura, please do the final.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Zahidniak, that bylaws 2021-55 and 2021-56 be read the third time.
Any opposed? Carried. Public notice reports. We're going to consider CR 21-125 bylaw amendments, aquifer protection overlay zone. Councillor Findura, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Mayor Master, thank you. I bring the report CR 21-125 zoning bylaw amendment, aquifer protection overlay zone. That the City Council amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 to allow for industrial development in the high sensitive area of the aquifer protection overlay zone to be discretionary use. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Bresciani, thank you.
Thank you. The committee concurred in the recommendation by amending one as read. Amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 to allow for industrial development in a high sensitive area of the aquifer protection overlay zone to be considered as a discretionary use in conjunction with the submission by the applicant of an aquifer protection plan where such development is otherwise prohibited, and that all discretionary use within the aquifer protection overlay zone be reviewed by both Regina Planning Commission and City Council. Mayor Masters, the aquifer in Regina are an important secondary water source. City may draw from the sources of water during hot and dry summers. This is vitally important to protect the citizens of Regina and the folks around us that draw the water from the city. Mayor Masters, committee seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Prior to opening up for questions from council, could I ask administration to speak to this report, please? Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Councillor Findura had indicated, we are proposing to amend the zoning bylaw to allow development opportunities over these lands. These regulations were carried over and they're 30 years old. We're trying to propose an alternative approach that doesn't outright prohibit industrial developments on these lands, because right now industrial development outside of our limits are allowed on these lands, and it's similar that they'd have to do the same things that we're requesting now with respect to what our proposal is. And so what we would be asking for is that discretionary use applications regarding industrial uses would be considered on a case-by-case basis. The whole intent, as Councillor Findura indicated, is the protection of our aquifer, but where there's cases where there's little to no risk for development, such as a dry assembly plant or storage, that should be allowed. But higher risk proposals would need to have full studies and of course meet all of the requirements of the environmental agencies. And so in order to balance the needs of the aquifer, environmental protection, but also economic development, we feel that this is a good balance to be able to address and review applications that may come forward into the future. It also is consistent with the statements of provincial interests, where we want to make sure we avoid, minimize, or mitigate potential development impacts. And so this would allow us to ensure that we're doing that. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Through you, I question the administration. I'm interested to know, after 30 years, what triggered this now?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there has been a lot of inquiries just with expansions. We have allowed expansions in this area for existing businesses in the past, but seeing the economic development opportunities, the fact that the city's official community plan also shows that our long-term employment lands have been directed in that vicinity. It was a recognition that we needed to put in policies that could do both the protection but also allow for economic opportunities.
To follow that up, this is mainly in lands to the north of, in the northern lands in the city. Does any of this have to do with the suggested developments with respect to crushing plants and that kind of thing?
Through you, Mayor Masters, those lands, yes, they're outside of the city limits, and that could have a potential to come in to the city limits or not. But in any event, there is lands that are within the city limits that have this area, and there could be opportunities for economic development. So we want to make sure that we have this in place, and we're being proactive to allow for economic development. As I indicated, right now in the RM of Sherwood and other jurisdictions, these are not uncommon zoning bylaw requirements that allow for development in these types of areas.
Through you, Mayor, I'm interested in the process by which a proponent would seek to have a discretionary permission to build on the aquifer lands. My understanding from the report is there would be an engineering report involved. Who would be responsible for obtaining the engineering report?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so it would be the requirement of the proponent applying, the developer or applicant, to bring in all of the required environmental reports. It would be no different than what we've seen in other areas for industrial where, as we review that, any approvals from MOE would be required. But it would be at the cost of the applicant.
So if I got this correct, it'd be the applicant that would hire the engineer and pay for the engineer to submit the report. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. And then depending if it gets approved and there's monitoring, it would be on the applicant to provide the monitoring reports. We have had that in the past in other industrial lands where they have to provide monitoring, and that's also sometimes the requirements of MOE, and then we get copies of that and then we review that internally.
Would the city in any of these cases seek to obtain an engineering report itself in connection with such an application?
Through you, Mayor Masters, That would have to be on a case by case. In most instances, the developer comes in and stamped engineering, and then we review it. And if we have any questions from our engineers, they go directly back to their engineers to get clarification. It would have to be a unique situation where we would be doing it ourselves, unless we're the developer or the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I have a brief comment that I'd like to make. There's just nothing more risky than protecting the water that we depend on. Normally, it would make sense to have a discretion, but my concern is that if the discretion is exercised incorrectly, for whatever reason, that the danger, the risk of contaminating our water supply in this area of the country, which is so dry in this time of climate change when our glaciers are melting, the risk is just simply too high to allow any discretion in this case. I would suggest that when you involve engineers hired, paid for by, for example, prominent companies in the city that hire engineers all the time, there is a real challenge to get a truly impartial opinion. And that's why I asked the question whether the city would be hiring its engineers. So normally, I would say a case-by-case approach makes sense, but with respect to water and protecting our water, knowing how we as a city are committed to environmental protection, I just don't think that this is a risk we can take. I think that the 30-year policy is the correct policy. It's a red line policy, and I can see no reason, especially given water, to cross that red line. So I'm not in favor of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Yeah, my understanding for the rationale to bring this up is that some industrial uses pose too great a risk while others pose a tolerable amount of risk, yet the policy prohibits both of them, and so we need the discretion to delineate. I guess my question is, from a technical perspective, would it be possible for us to define risky industrial uses which are prohibited and less risky industrial uses which are discretionary, so that we don't have discretion to approve these highly dangerous industrial uses?
It's definitely more difficult. I was asked that question before, to create the list of permitted and discretionary or exclusionary. And my response is that that's why it's discretionary, because we would look at each one on its own merits, what they're proposing and how they're looking to mitigate the risks. Couldn't agree more with the councillors. Our protection of our aquifer and our water sources is paramount. In a lot of these cases, if there is something that has to do with higher risks uses, there's other legislation that comes into play, and then they would be required to have additional licenses per se from MOE. So there's another layer there with respect to like hazardous materials or things like that. So that's why our recommendation, you hit the nail on the head. Right now it's completely prohibited, and what we're saying is if we put it all discretionary, then it's, and then the motion was made at RPC to make sure that it always comes to RPC and to council, so that you can review all of the materials, have all of the information, so that we can assess each application on its own merits. And it being discretionary, then it's really up to council. So that would be my recommendation, is that we just remain it, because each one could have its own issues that we have to deal with specifically to whatever that use could be.
And then maybe a related follow-up question. At Appendix A, there's a relevant map, and it has demonstrates 3 levels of aquifer sensitivity: low, moderate, and high. Can you just talk about whether it would be possible to prohibit industrial uses on high sensitivity areas above the aquifer while have it discretionary over the low or low and moderate?
I'm sorry, Mayor Master, could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, Appendix A has a map and shows the aquifer, if I'm reading it right.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows three levels of aquifer sensitivity. Some areas are low sensitivity, some moderate, and some high. If, as I understand it, if we do what's recommended, industrial development would be discretionary over all three of those areas, low, moderate, and high. My question is, would it be possible to, would it be too difficult to amend this so that it is prohibited over high sensitivity areas of the aquifer and discretionary over low and moderate sensitivity areas?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So right now it's prohibited over high. The others are allowed. There is that. Okay. So that's why it would be, that's why we're saying over the high it would be discretionary.
Okay, I see. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
I'd like to just further discuss how we could actually put in question an engineer's public safety and put them on the line here as to if they're going to do something right or not. I think they're held to the highest of ethics and standards, so I'm not going to question that whatsoever, whether they're from the city or whether they're from Regina. That I think should be completely off the board. You as administration have recommended uses, and they're all going to be going through administration, then they come to council for all discretionary. So we're going to have a say in all the engineers' reports and everything like that. Is that correct? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is exactly correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, through you. So can I just ask a question? When I first came on council, there was a question regarding Imperial Oil, the old refinery. I guess I want to know how do we mitigate that? How does something like this, if we put this in place, how do we mitigate a lawsuit? How do we mitigate, you know, a lot of it was around the environmental studies that was done, and also the work that was maybe left up to the government to do through the Ministry of Environment. So I guess I want to make sure, though, that we've got that we're protected as a city, that these aquifers are not being contaminated, as you know, we've heard from people that were in the realm of Imperial Oil and that. So can I just get an update from administration as to how would something like this mitigate that? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So it would be the same process that we have currently, where we allow industrial on the low areas or the aquifer, where the engineering study would come in and say, these are the things that need to be done in order to eliminate or mitigate any risks. So sometimes it's lining, clay, like whatever they recommend. Then we ensure that those things are done, and then sometimes there's a monitoring regime that might be put in, so that we'd have to monitor it. So we do all of our due diligence based on what the recommendations are from the professionals. And then if there is other requirements such as MOE, again, those are always subject, like our conditions are always subject to, if they're applicable to that development, that they get all of those, and then they have to meet all of those requirements. So something like the refinery has their own requirements for under the Ministry of Environment, and they have to meet all of those requirements as well. So we just ensure that we've done our due diligence, they've built it to the standards, and to what the protective measures are needed. I'm not sure if Mr. Weary has anything else to add.
No, just to reinforce what Ms. Harlock has said, the planning regime is designed to regulate land uses to try and mitigate negative effects. And as you've heard from administration, that's the process that's in place now with the planning provisions that are recommended here. And also the primary regulator of environmental matters is with the provincial government. So council is considering this in the context of land use. And industrial land uses, for obvious reasons, need to be more highly regulated and monitored. So that's the process that's put in place here. So the decision for council is around, is this a credible approach to deal with industrial land uses in sensitive areas?
Thank you. Last question. Do we ever go in at a later date and test any of the aquifers, the shallow, the lower, the higher aquifers closer to the water table? How do we know that there is no contamination? And do we go in after development is done just to ensure that there has been no contamination through the chair?
You work with WSA. You work with WSA too. WSA. Yeah, they would do it better. Because they're already monitoring because they're pulling from that.
They should do anything outside.
Yeah. Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters. So for monitoring, it depends. If there was conditions for monitoring them, as I indicated, for a development, we would get that information and then we would review that. As far as the aquifer, sorry, I was just conversing because Mr. Doney isn't online at this point, but we can get, if we need to follow up. But our understanding is you know, that would be the WSA, the Water Security Agency, that may look at doing regular testing. Like, we don't do that, but if there's requirements for a development that has testing and test wells, then that would be their requirements to submit that.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens.
Okay, thank you. My first question is, the Aquifer Protection Plan, does it require the applicant to submit an environmental remediation plan in the event that it shuts down, it cuts in half or whatever its production capacity, and to make whole that land? Is that a requirement of the Aquifer Protection Plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure if, I might ask Mr. Mario if he knows the details.
Through the chair, it would be on a case-by-case basis. If in the case of an industrial development that is of a particular risk, then we can build in whatever kind of conditions that we need to ensure. In the case, if there were a breach of the aquifer, what the remediation plan might be. It really would just depend on the risk of the type of application. And the other thing I would point out is that we would also have the ability, if it is particularly risky, to not approve the development.
Thank you. I'm going to propose an amendment, and to Mr. Mario's point, I want to make sure this is a matter of public record and policy. And the first amendment would be that an environmental remediation plan be included in the applicant's aquifer protection plan. My apologies to Amber. I did not send this one to her in advance. Came up as I was listening and learning. I'll take a second there. But again, I'll read it. That the applicant submit an environmental remediation plan as part of their aquifer protection plan. I'll need a seconder for that, please. I'll wait till it's up. Again, my apologies, Amber. All right, thank you. I have a seconder for this. So I would say that the contamination of these brownfield sites is a huge issue in Regina. And like many municipalities, it's a massive problem. Councillor Bresciani referenced the Imperial Oil site. It's kind of tossed back and forth between different levels of government. In the end, nothing changes. The standing policy at the provincial level, at least, especially with the Ministry of the Environment, is we'll work with people, but we're okay if nothing ever happens. So let's get ahead of it. Let's actually require the applicant to have a plan in place before this is even a shovel in the ground process that says, here are the risks, and here is our commitment financially and logistically to identify and solve that before it begins. In fact, it might also be a financial commitment to ensure that there's money set aside to deal with any of these hazards in the event that the applicant and that property is shut down, et cetera. So basically, it's a means of anticipating and preventing an Imperial Oil site. We'll call it that. Gas stations are all the same. So that's the First Amendment. I think it's pretty straightforward. It would simply amend the Aquifer Protection Plan and not just outline existing risks, but also ways of identifying future problems and investing in preventing long-term contamination. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any questions on the amendment? Councillor Mancinelli.
Is the amendment intended for all levels of sensitivity over the aquifer, or only the highly sensitive? Was my first question.
Where an aquifer protection plan is required, that plan, no matter where it is, must include this. And that would then align with the requirement based on if it's low or high risk or high sensitivity. You still have to have a plan. The plan obviously is sensitive to the level of sensitivity of that aquifer.
And as a follow-up, any ideas on the effect on business or cost of doing business in our region? Are there like-minded plans in other places to compare to? I'm not aware of any, and I'm just wondering if this would make us uncompetitive.
Right now, much of environmental risk and cost is externalized. It's paid for by taxpayers. Or it could be paid for by those who are responsible for the pollution. So either you pay for it now or in the future based on maybe proper regulation, maybe tax revenue. At least with this, and this would be up to administration to develop such a plan, there would be an anticipation of what that cost is. You pay for it one way or the other. You could pay for it with contaminated water that you can't drink, and you could remediate those sites like we're dealing with wells based on taxpayer dime, or you can ensure that all of these different levels of government and the private sector are involved with understanding and shouldering those costs. So there's a cost one way or the other. It's just a matter of who pays for it. And I suspect that this should be something that you could include in a plan that would involve technical engineering reports, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from administration. So then what would be the difference in the Aquifer Protection Plan to the environmental remediation plan that Councillor Stevens is suggesting? And the risks associated with that, if there is any.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the first plan is what mitigation measures would be required to let the development go in order to protect it. And then the other would be what would be your decommissioning. And so I don't know what the cost would be, but there would need to be a plan in place for decommissioning of the site and remediation should they cease to operate.
But if I understand it correctly, if someone was to go in and want to develop there, they have to do the environmental studies, they have to do everything. If the site was deemed, I'm going to say dirty, they'd have to go in and do anything before they could move forward anyway. So they would have to pay for that cost if they wanted to develop there. They would have to pay for all the environmental studies. They would be doing that. So when you talk about, and this is where I need clarification on the remediation of it, if there is, if it's a dirty site, whoever's going there has to pay for that. Is that not accurate? Would they would have to, if there was any kind of a report back or any kind of environmental, they would have to actually, that would be produced. Is that not accurate? So I'm a little bit confused as to the difference between the two?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, and maybe this is best directed to Councillor Stevens. Like the way we would look at it is the plan that they would have to submit would be what they would need to do to keep the business, to establish the business and to protect. I believe what Councillor Stevens is asking for is that they also submit an environmental remediation plan should they leave the site.
Oh.
And that, or if they cease operations. And so that would have its own plan that would say, if they're going to cease, this is what they're going to do. I think it's to ensure that they have a plan in place.
I see.
If they cease operations.
Is that accurate, Councillor Stevens? Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Shaw.
Further, and I'm sure that probably Councillor Risciani's question was kind of asked. I'm just kind of looking at it going, there's so many things put in place already. Is this really necessary? Through you, Mayor Masters, sorry.
Sure. Is it necessary? We have a number of sites that cannot be developed currently in the city because of long-term contamination.
Okay.
And a regulatory system that's pretty poor at forcing anybody to do anything about it. This puts us into kind of a future setting mode as to what the risks will be now and into the future so we can identify it. So I think it forces the regulator, us, and the private applicant to anticipate potential implications. I am startled if they don't do that already. This requires it. So maybe another way to answer it is we have an underutilized land study and standalone evaluation of what to do with brownfield sites because it is a difficult thing. So we're dealing with the implications now. I don't want future councils and the city to deal with it 20 years from now.
Do you know if this can even be done through you, Mayor Masters?
To me?
I guess so. I don't know since you're answering.
We'll get Mr. Holden to answer the question.
Yeah.
Nope, sorry, Chris, there you go.
So through you, Mayor Masters, as I listen to the conversation, I think there is a concern about an upfront environmental remediation plan because actually you may not know exactly what the implications are. I think what we need is that there is a decommissioning plan with a commitment that any environmental impacts would need to be addressed. And I think that could be a part of their aquifer protection plan. And then, of course, there's always the risk that, you know, if a corporation or an industry goes bankrupt, that it's not really going to be worth much. So, you know, it is just getting a commitment that there is an intention and a commitment that there would be a decommissioning plan.
Councillor Stevens, is that what you're referring to, not environmental remediation, which is specific to an actual environmental incident, but the decommissioning to basically take it back to its state of protection on a decommissioning perspective?
I would say all of the above.
But I think I'm going to interject myself here. I'm confused because the environmental remediation plan is built upon the environmental risk or the environmental incident. Like an actual remediation plan. How do I go up and clean what's happened? I don't know in the future what's going to happen. And so how do I build a plan for something I don't know? Yeah.
Again, that would come down to the type of applicant, presumably. As an example, if you're building a refinery, which has happened many times in the city, you can kind of anticipate you're going to have a lot of spilt oil and hydrocarbons that leach into the ground. If you're building, like against Councillor LeBlanc's point, not all industrial sites are the same. You know, if it's, I don't know, you can go through an infinite list, but some sites would not be the same environmental hazard. And their plans for that site would differ based on what they're actually doing on that site. If the idea here is to prevent the pollution from leaching into our water system, then that plan, obviously, both the protection plan as well as the remediation plan would be sensitive to what that particular operation is responsible for. And so to Mr. Mario's point, there's a case-by-case assessment. What this does is a matter of policy, as administration has already stated. We'll consider all of the above, but kind of on a case-by-case basis. This makes it a very clear rule that they have to consider these factors when they're submitting an application to the city.
Ms. Harlock, do they not already have to consider this in the Aquifer Protection Plan? Sorry.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters. So with the protection plan, it's about how do they construct the use to ensure protection. And so that'll all be in there. If there's requirements of MOE and those sorts of permits, then they'd be required to have additional measures with regards to those permits and monitoring and all of those sorts of things. The issue that we would have is what Mr. Holden indicated, which was at the end of the day, if we're not taking security on the site for the decommissioning and the operator leaves, that's where there will be a problem. But then there's other environmental regulations in place. We're just trying to get someone else on the phone that could speak to this a little bit in more depth.
Mr. Holden?
So, through my masters, obviously there's a bit of questions around exactly how the administration would implement this. So I'm just going to suggest that it be referred to the administration to bring a report within a time frame that will make some recommendations for council to consider additional requirements as a part of the Aquifer Protection Plan. But we'll go away, we'll do the research, we can look at how this is being managed in other jurisdictions, but I think it's very clear that we want to protect the aquifer, and we want to make sure that there's a commitment to decommissioning, and obviously that includes environmental protection and remediation.
Councillor Stevens, does this make some sense?
Absolutely. So we're referring it, the solution here is for me to advance a referral motion. And in the spirit of this amendment, administration would then assess what it would look like, the ins and outs of the policy, et cetera. Yep.
To ensure protection, we're good with that?
Yep.
Can I get a second on the referral? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Mayor Masters, if I
think I have to
could.
defeat the original
Sorry.
referral. Yeah.
If other councillors have issues that they want to add to this referral specific to this, it might be appropriate to ask. That way we're not dealing with this down the road.
Can I ask that you withdraw your original amendment?
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
will withdraw.
And Councillor Stanichuk, you're in favor of that? Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak to this referral motion as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I think it's very important that we be very explicit here, and I think I'd like to see in the report coming back explicit in two senses. First of all, I think it should be explicit with respect to financial remediation and what sort of financial tools, including whether or not we can require bonds, would be a possible financial remediation tool. The second point where I'd like to see the report be explicit is there's really three phases here. One is construction of the plant or whatever it is. One is operation of the plant or whatever it is. And one is decommissioning of the plant or whatever it is. And it may be that the environmental damage is caused in the operation, but there's no intention to decommission the plant. So I'm in favor of the referral motion, but I'd like it to have this kind of breadth when it comes back for reconsideration.
To administration, is that acceptable? You can incorporate that within what you're looking to do?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we can.
Any other comments on the referral motion? Councillor Mancinelli.
I just wouldn't mind having a couple questions answered about the current properties that exist on the aquifer for their state of decommissioning should they ever become non-used. They're highlighted in the report. I'm just wondering what would happen should they become unused, if there is a current plan in place or any type of a fund, or what would happen?
So through your masters, the properties that are listed in the report really those are the province who manage that and have that responsibility. I think that's something, again, that we can include in the report that comes back. And obviously, there's some urgency to this in terms of bringing the report back, so we will try to bring that report back that's being referred, if not to the next council meeting, the one after.
I ask you to take the vote on the
Sure.
referral.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak, you're on the line. How do you vote?
She's what? You're on mute, Councillor Zakiniak. Continue on.
I'll come back. Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak, are you on the line?
Councillor Zakiniak, if you press *6, we'll be able to hear you. Once for yes.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
How do you vote?
Okay. My apologies. Can someone please confirm what the referral motion now says, since I can't see it?
One moment.
Yeah, Councillor Zakidniak, we're working with administration on the specific wording, but basically it was to ask a referral back to administration to come back with information respecting protection plans. Councillor Hawkins asked that it had be explained with respect to financial remediation and also look at phases of construction, operation, and decommissioning. That's essentially what it is. The wording is not perfect, but that's the tone of it.
Sure, I'm in favor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. The referral motion carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Given that we are 11 minutes past 3:15, the legislative break, we will break for 15 minutes. And no one can hear me. Given that we are 11 minutes past 3:15, the legislative break time, we will break at 3:26 right now. We will be back at 3:41. I will see you all here. See you. Administration report, CM 21-17, timing of the next municipal school board elections. Can I have someone from administration? Mr. City Clerk, you'd like to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The report before you is in response to a paper that was put out by the Chief Electoral Officer for the province of Saskatchewan last month. Dr. Boda put forward 3 options respecting the timing of the next school board municipal elections arising from the conflict that occurred in this past a year ago in 2020, whereby the provincial and municipal elections were held 2 weeks apart. There was considerable confusion amongst the electorate that was shared to us by voters. Both the provincial and municipal officials encountered questions that would have been better put to the other jurisdiction, et cetera, et cetera. The Chief Electoral Officer did indicate that one of the considerations would have been for the province to move its election date, but in his opinion, that is a non-starter with the province. So he essentially put forward 3 options, one being that the election be advanced earlier, approximately 6 months. So instead of the next election being held in November 2024, it would be held approximately 6 months earlier in May of 2024. The second option would be to essentially lengthen your current terms by 6 months, with the election being held in May of 2025. And the third option would be to retain the currently scheduled election in November of 2024, keeping the 2-week interval between the scheduled provincial and municipal elections. This is a call that only you can make. The administration will support whatever decision you choose to convey to the province, and we will work to hold the election in a timely and responsible fashion. Keeping in mind that you've been asked to convey this position from one of the three options, with the mayor writing to the Minister of Government Relations stating your position, but I remind you that your position is only that to the province. They may take it, they may do whatever with it, but city mayors have been asked to convey that decision from respective councils, and I believe my city clerk colleagues from across the province are all in the process of doing this. And I can answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of council, you have any questions or comments? Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, I'm wondering if maybe our representatives from on the SUMA board could comment on whether or not other municipalities have taken a position on this.
Councillor Hawkins, would you like to answer?
Thank you very much, Mayor. SUMA is still in the process of debating this. What's going to happen is that there'll be many opinions on many councils in the province. There'll be an opinion from SUMA after much debate, and each SUMA member will probably have a different idea. The problem here is that I doubt that people are going to land on one date. And the problem with that is it means that, as in the last instance, the province will just pick a date. There are pros and cons of having it in May, in June, in September, October, and November. I really don't know how to advise council on this. Personally, I think that we should have an election in the third week in September, because it's obviously beautiful weather in the third week in September. But, I can't imagine anybody going to the wall for it. There's always an issue about, someone says in the spring it'll interfere with the planting, and in the fall it'll interfere with the harvest. In fact, people in cities don't plant or harvest unless they're in their garden. And the way planting and harvesting is done on the farm right now, it's much more mechanized, much shorter period of time. And it depends on the weather, and the weather can be nice in end of April, and it can be terrible in the first week in June. So it's really an indeterminate problem with no answer. I'm sorry I can't give any other advice than to say, I think the third week in September looks pretty nice. I wish we weren't here. I wish we were outside.
Well, Councillor, we may revisit you for a motion, but stand by. We'll go to the rest of council. Councillor Stadnichuk, did you have anything further?
I mean, I'm willing to accept the recommendation that is before us. I do personally believe that the easiest thing would be for the province to get back on its electoral cycle, because that's what's put us in this position, but it sounds like that's a non-starter, so that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I guess I too would like to just keep it simple and follow the 4 years laid out. But on the flip side, I did hear lots of people having election meltdown with everything that happened. Disappointed to hear that a single entity could move their election and not interested in doing it, as opposed to all the municipalities. With that being said, I think I'd like to move option one. I think in moving option one, it shows that we're willing to put the best foot forward. In light of my last term and the privilege given to us as councillors from our residents, I'm not interested in stretching out the term. I know sometimes people look at that as maybe not a movement of integrity. I think by shortening the term, it shows that we're fulfilling the position with a responsible manner. Personally, I think it says that it's not the paycheck or anything else that comes along with it. It's the commitment to the responsibility and the duties, and one of the responsibilities is trying to answer when people have a problem. People have a problem. They don't like all the elections hitting at the same time. Let's do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. And I would offer in, and just in terms of where the City Mayor's Caucus conversation came at, there was discussion, Councillor Hawkins, around third week of September, and not an option put forward by the Chief Electoral Office, but you're completely entitled to put that option forward if you like. we don't really have anything. My question actually of council right now, Councillor Hawkins, do you want to put a fourth option on the table for the third week of September so that as we go around, we're going to... Can Councillor Hawkins have a seconder for the third week of September? Councillor Fundura, thank you.
I'll second that.
So I'll pivot back to you, Councillor Mancinelli. Third week of September or May?
I am fine with that. It shows movement. It accomplishes everything I said. I didn't think of it as an option because it wasn't in the report. So yeah, as long as we're making a movement for the ease of the public and not trying to extend, I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I would support option one. And the only reason I say that is for sure there's voter fatigue when you go constant after one. September is still quite close to November, which I would rather be out in the fall rather than in May. But it does give the voters a little bit more of a gap to be able to research and be able to read about the candidates. I will just say, and I know I've said this before, but people were so confused. And I think if it's even just a few months, they'll still be confused. I don't know how many times they thought that I was the provincial. They were calling and saying, they disagreed with policies. And I'm sure it was probably no difference, many times there was 5 signs on one lawn. So again, I think that it's better to have it spanned out a bit more than just a few months. I do think 6 months is good. And I would also, I think that, spring, yes, it's a little tougher, but it's not June when people are already heading out to the beach and all that. So I think May is actually is a good time. So I don't know, I'd move option 1 too if Councillor Mancinelli wasn't going to do that. But that's one thing that I think would be an option as well.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. And I guess I'll add in that one of the considerations for the month of May was discussion around civic budgets. When you enter into the fall, you would potentially be electing new officials into the middle of a budget negotiation as opposed to something having been approved and entering into budget discussions. That was part of the concept, I think, at the City Mayor's Caucus about the month of May. So just wanted to kind of put that on the table as well. Councillor Shaw.
Just kind of to add to that, considering I am the first term, I know I door knocked for months, and I'm just looking at running an election in May. That means we're going to be out door knocking in February, and that's pretty darn cold. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, that's the only thing I kind of question with that May election. But I don't know. I mean, you guys know better with the budget and all the other stuff that pertains to it, so I guess I could throw my snow boots on for a few months and door knock.
Councillor Shaw, did you have anything further?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so I think we're going to do this a little bit differently, seeing no other comments coming from council. I think if I have concurrence, just let me know if you're opposed. Option 2 and option 3 are off the table. Option 4 would be third week of September. Option 1 would be May of 2024. And so we'll vote on those 2 options. So option 4 would be the third week of September of 2024. Option 1 is May of 2024. And again, keeping in mind the province will have final say on the date, and they may disregard, and it may be November 24th, 2024, notwithstanding. But okay, so to make this the least painful as possible, we'll go around the loop, and all we're going to ask is pick option 1 for May, pick option 4 for September, and just record your vote with the city clerk. He'll come around to you. Is that acceptable? Do it a little bit differently. Okay, Mr. City Clerk, go ahead.
I will start with Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
September.
Councillor Hawkins.
September.
Councillor Stevens.
Option 1, May 2024.
Councilor Bresciani.
Option 1, me.
Councilor Findura.
Option 4, September.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Option 1.
Councilor Shaw.
Option 4, September.
Councilor Mancinelli.
Option 1.
Councilor Moore.
Option 1, me.
Councilor Zahidniak, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Option 4, September.
Okay. Mayor Masters, it's currently 5-5.
Winter or the fall? I love the spring. Let's go with option 1.
So Mayor, if I could, what we will then do now is just require someone to move a motion that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write to the Minister of Government Relations indicating your preference for option 1, whereby the election will be held in May 2024 and 4 years thereafter.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. A seconder? Councilor LeBlanc, thank you. You want to record a vote? We're
Just
good?
anyone opposed?
Opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thanks, guys. All right, moving on, we have committee reports. We'll consider CR 21-126, City Center Core Development Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-126, City Center Core Development Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. The City Council on approved the City Center Core Development Advisory Committee Terms of Reference. Master, can I get a seconder, please? Okay, Mayor Master, through development of the City Center Core Framework, it was recommended that Advisory Committee of Council be established to align priorities of the RD bid board, Warehouse Improvement District, business district, REAL, and City Regina organizations to guide the collaboration or collaborative negotiations and solutions. Advise Council on recommended approach. Committee seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, I have one.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I had a question from a resident, and so I'm just looking for a response, and I guess it'll have to be through administration. So somebody reached out to me with a concern about this advisory committee, and so they said, in their opinion, it should not be a board of property developers, but a collection of marginalized rep organizations, like having representation from culture organizations who represent Indigenous, disabled, newcomers, youth, and seniors. And so my question for that is, I don't know if administration would be prepared to respond to this, but how can, any thoughts on how that committee can ensure that those voices are being represented in the decision-making process?
So through you, Mayor Master, so in response to the question, you know, I think downtown Business Improvement District, the Warehouse District, the Regina Exhibition Association, and the city, we all have a responsibility to make sure that we are building an inclusive community. So, you know, I know, you know, REAL focuses on being a significant employer for residents in North Central. I know that we have diversity and inclusion priorities within our organization. So, you know, I think it's really important that we have a very broad cross-representation on this advisory committee to council. And that, of course, you know, the core of making sure that we're serving the entire community and making sure that we're looking for opportunities to, you know, support our most vulnerable is incorporated in to the discussions that we have.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
All right, we'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor?
Councillor LeBlanc,
In favor.
Councillor Shaw,
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Councillor Moore,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens,
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek,
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Mayor?
Thank you. Moving on, we'll now consider CR 21-127, the tentative agreement with the Civic Middle Management. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Okay, thank you. Mayor Masters, I bring report CR 21-127, tentative agreement, Civic Middle Management. That City Council approved the tentative agreement with the Civic Middle Management CMM. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Findura, one moment, please. Councillor Mancinelli, please proceed.
Oh, sorry, too
Thank
fast.
you. I have to excuse myself. I have a family member in the scene.
Thank you. Apologies for ignoring the yellow light.
So I'll start over.
No, Councillor Findura, you can proceed.
Okay, then can I get a seconder? Someone? Stevens, okay. Thank you. The agreement is for a 1-year period from January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, and includes 1% general wage increase. Committee seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from administration wish to speak? Satisfied with the report? It's okay. Okay. Any members of council have any questions with regard to the report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you call the vote?
I'll begin with you, please.
In favor?
Councillor Mole,
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Shaw,
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens,
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek,
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you.
We'll get Jason back in.
I will ask Deputy Mayor, we'll bring Councillor Mancinelli back in. And I'll ask Deputy Mayor Findura to take the chair while I read a motion into the record.
Okay, I think, okay, Mayor Masters, are you?
Therefore be it resolved that administration be directed to prepare a report for executive committee for Q4, for quarter 2 of 2022 that provides recommendations for establishing an Indigenous procurement policy that is open to all Indigenous businesses, including sole operative, partnership, and not-for-profit organizations. To be considered an Indigenous business, the following must be met. At least 51% of the business must be owned and controlled by Indigenous people. If the business has more than 6 full-time staff, at least 1/3 of the employees must be Indigenous. For establishing a target for percentage of total awarded contracts annually to Indigenous-owned and controlled businesses that the City of Regina can hold itself accountable to, that considers a mandatory requirement at the request of City of Regina Procurement Department, contractor, owner, president, CEO, general manager, or branch manager of a procured construction, maintenance, or service contractor must be at City Hall in person within 90 minutes of request to discuss contract details, and that involves consultation with a range of various stakeholder groups, including but not limited to Indigenous-owned businesses, Indigenous employing businesses, Indigenous leadership, economic development corporations, and community-based organizations, and incorporates recommendations from same.
Thank you. Mayor Masters.
I'll now call on Councillor Trina Shaw to read notice of motion 21-11, no parking at entrance of an alley restriction change. Councillor Shaw, the therefore statements for the record.
Thank you. That the city solicitor be directed to amend section 36(1)D of the Regina Traffic Bylaw 1997, bylaw number 9900, by changing the 3-meter restriction to 1 meter.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. All questions and discussions held by the two motions are held until a future council meeting. We are now going to deal with CM 21-18, and we do have delegations. I would like to call upon delegation Jasmine Kozak. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside and are calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kozak. We're now going to
Good afternoon.
CM 21-18, and we do have
I'm just trying to pause. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm here.
And are calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Sorry, there was a little bit of a delay there. Thank you for taking my call. I will try and make this short and sweet for you guys. Dear City of Regina Council members, my name is Jasmine, and I am a mother of a 6-year-old boy. I'm a recent graduate from the University of Regina with a degree in health promotion. In my studies, I have become very familiar with how public health is addressed and the policies that come into play. I have been observing the actions of our government for over a year, and I still can't wrap my head around what's been going on. Before an academic, I was a mother, and everything I do is for my child's future. Today, I represent many parents in Regina who are trying to do just that. As a result of many COVID-19 measures, we have watched our children suffer mentally, physically, and emotionally from being masked daily in and out of schools and sports, and from lack of connection between family and friends. All because of the decisions committees like yours make. Us parents are starting to feel like we have no control over how we raise our children or the choices we make to raise them. Easy decisions of enrolling our children in recreational activities and programs that help their overall development now feel like burdens. I constantly ask myself if the decisions I'm making for my child are in fact the best for his health. However, lately, those decisions are coming with fear and guilt and are conflicting with my parenting beliefs. I just finished paying soccer fees for the year. It would have been his first time playing, but after an announcement from your staff, the Regina Exhibition Association came out with the same tune. Now I have yet another difficult choice to make. Send my kid with a mask while I wait outside and miss the chance to enjoy his first moments playing a sport because I made a personal health choice that for some reason committees like yours think they have a say in? Or do I withdraw his enrollment and hope for a better opportunity? Members of the Regina City Council, you are going to vote whether mandatory vaccinations will be needed for all staff and the public who wishes to use city services that the citizens pay through increasing taxes. As a tax-paying citizen, I would like to know how this decision came to be. Were there surveys done in the 10 wards? Did a public health official assist in providing you with current information on the impact COVID-19 is having and the requirements needed for vaccine passports? Did this council members look at current laws and privacy acts? If so, how could this decision be possible? Personal health information is confidential. It says so right on the e-health passport. My question is, how can council members have such authority to create such a mandate that will only cause segregation and an increase of tension in our city? Please let me remind you of the Human Rights Code dated in 2018, Section 12. No person directly or indirectly alone with another or by the interperson of another shall, on the basis of prohibited ground, deny a person or class of persons any accommodation, service, or facility to which the public is customarily admitted or that is offered to the public, or discriminate against a person or class of persons with respect to any accommodation, service, or facility to which the public is customarily admitted or that is offered to the public. How did we get to this point? Over the last 18 months, we went from not knowing how this virus would affect our communities to mandate after mandate. We all agreed to 2 weeks to flatten the curve to reduce the stress that would have been in our hospitals. As we agreed to this, elective surgeries and other health services were put on pause to keep our hospitals empty and ready for the wave of ICU deaths that this virus could have caused. Note the words could have. After a few months, it was clear that the impact COVID-19 was having on our healthcare system was not as great as predicted. Each time the government was asked to provide data, they give us models. 18 months later, there's still no data available to citizens. So now, The city of Regina is trying to do something that as a society we will not recover from, something that all residents still do not have data to ensure the choice we make is in fact the best option for the safety of all residents. I hope you know how you are adding to the polarization of our society. Pitting the vaccinated against those who choose not to or cannot is just going to create more problems like the lockdowns did in our small businesses, family, and children. I'm asking you guys to stand up for what's right. Personal health information is confidential, so why are we asking everyone to provide that information to non-health professionals? I would like to remind you of the privacy laws and Section 12 of the Human Rights Code before making this choice. Not to mention the clear signs that this
Ms.
vaccine was
Kozak,
never
your
going.
time is up. Could I just ask that you wrap it up now?
Yep. If the city chooses to put the vaccine mandate in place, I'm asking that I be exempt from paying city taxes to those services that you will have taken away from me and my children. I ask that I no longer pay for schools, as they're not going to be teaching my child from now on, and I ask that I keep my money that would have paid for city pools, parks, and hockey rinks, libraries, and other recreational services that you'll kick me out of. If you do not, I will have no choice but to take each council member to court. I'll accept questions.
Any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Carrie McPherson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside and are calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello?
I can hear you now. Please proceed.
Here. My name is Larissa Minchinsky. And I am here to represent the concern on behalf of the COVID vaccinated and unvaccinated citizens who would not like to see personal medical information used as a tool to decide access to any services. I know that all of you just want all your citizens to be healthy and safe, and that you believe such a passport system might help achieve this. However, I'm appealing to you to consider the consequences of such a system on our society. Many detrimental choices have been made by well-meaning leaders in history. I am a teacher and a great lover of history and seek to teach it as accurately and diligently as I can. For this and many other reasons, I am gravely concerned with the precedent that this kind of passport system will set in motion for our city. It has already started to breed fear and has begun the labeling of people as safe or unsafe. History shows us that what follows from this fear is ignorance, discrimination, bullying, verbal and physical violence, segregation, persecution, and injustice. I know you are a city council who denounces coercion as a means to change people, as you recently passed a law that bans conversion therapy. I ask you to consider if implementing a passport like the one you are is the reverse for the unvaccinated people. I ask you to critically think what direction a passport system like this, based on personal medical information, tells the public. I ask you, what do you want the city of Regina to be known for? What would have happened if this system, where personal medical information was used in a public sphere, was imposed on HIV or AIDS-infected persons? In our current culture, we have already begun the process of defaming the character of those who are COVID unvaccinated. Within our healthcare and educational institutions, we have already seen letters from CEOs and union reps that use us and them language. Will we now do this in our city-run institutions too? Is this not contrary to the inclusive language that our society systems have promoted and claimed for years? Are we not undoing years of discussion work to get people to understand that all citizens are valuable no matter their race, creed, color, physical ability, or health status? When we look back at this time in history, will those who chose not to COVID vaccinate now be the citizens with horrific tales to tell of abuses done to them at the hands of angry, scared, ignorant people. When you look back on your time as an elected official, where your constituents saw fit to trust you to represent them, will you be found to have contributed to the segregation of innocent people? Restrictions based on a person's COVID vaccination status seem extreme. What I am asking for you is that you allow the COVID unvaccinated to make their own personal decisions at their own pace. I'm begging you to let the COVID vaccine do what the healthcare system claimed it would do. Let the science speak for itself. Over time, those individuals who are hesitant to get the vaccine will eventually get it because they will see it has value. I wonder, do you not want citizens who value time-tested information, who patiently wait to know all the facts to make measured decisions? In addition, for those who are against vaccines of any kind and hold their beliefs strongly, as elected officials, you've never sought coercively to try to change their minds before on vaccinations like polio, meningitis, or measles. So I wonder why now? I'm wondering, do you not trust your own citizens to make choices that take care of their neighbors? We refrained from going out sick before COVID vaccines. We washed our hands before COVID vaccines. We got our vaccinations up to date before COVID was an issue. Why now do you show such distrust in your own citizens? Can you, a stranger, really know better how to care for our own individual families and community situations? Finally, I'm appealing to you today on behalf of the good and trustworthy laws of this land, laws that we were built under the authority of and that you are elected officials to uphold, laws set in place to protect against discriminating against anyone for any reason. In conclusion, what I am asking is that you make your decision today on this COVID passport on history. I'm pleading with you to consider past histories and learn from and avoid the errors made by those who have gone before in similar matters. If every child matters and every citizen matters to you, then how does this passport system not say there are some citizens better than others? If you are for inclusion, how does this passport say all are welcome no matter what you choose to do with your own body? If you value consistency and logic, then these passports do little to stop the spread of the virus anyway, since it is unknown still how many vaccinated people also spread the virus. If you stand for justice and hate discrimination in all its forms, then please see that this passport system will breed a society of prejudice, suspicion, fear,
Ms.
segregation.
Machinsky, your time is up. I'll just ask that you wrap it up within a few seconds.
Okay, sorry. The exact thing our society says it's trying to abolish. I do not envy the position you are in. I am asking you to make wise and discerning choices. I want so much for you to vote based on the critical thought, and just to think. That's it. I'm done. Sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. Ms. Machinsky, I think I missed it at the beginning. Can you tell us where you're calling from?
Oh, sorry, Regina. I'm a citizen of Regina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members of council, any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you for your time.
I would like to call upon Delegation Carrie McPherson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have from you. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Carrie. Do I have to say what ward I'm from, or?
No, just what place you're from, where you're calling from.
I'm from Regina, Saskatchewan. And I'm calling about the vaccine passports and masks. And I guess I just find it interesting that the government is strongly recommending these draconian-like rules in behind the scenes, like making the corporations and sporting clubs and things like that to basically set up these rules. And it just seems like everybody's gobbling up this information and trying to make it law and push all these restrictions on people. And the fact is that strongly recommended or encouraged are directives that lack any legal kind of grounds. We have such things to protect us from these discriminatory actions, like, first and foremost, I pay taxes. I'm part owner of these buildings. There's PIPEDA, HIPAA, Human Rights, Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian National Report on Immunizations, the Privacy Act. Years ago, I cloaked my my medical information. So when I go into a pharmacy and I hand over a prescription, they actually have to ask me specifically if they can go into my medical information to be able to view it. And it's been quite a while since I've had to use that because I've gone away from using medical stuff. But having the City of Regina not allowing people to enter into city-owned facilities is really, I find, quite strange, because anyone manning the door and asking for that information or asking somebody to put a mask on, or, you know, if you don't have this in your body, you can't enter this facility. It's basically asking each patron to disclose confidential medical information. I find it discriminatory. It's divisive, very disrespectful. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. It's causing segregation in our community. It's setting up a subclass and causing a lot of confusion and depression, anxiety in people by asking them to do things that maybe are not their part of their culture or their belief system, or maybe they have some sort of medical issue that they're not able to, you know, get these things in their body, and it's nobody's business, and nobody has the right to ask that information of anyone. So if people wish to choose to do these things and, you know, release that information, that's their right, I guess. But we also have a right to not disclose that information. And, yeah, I guess to force this onto the public as a blanket end-all, be-all isn't okay. It's not only is it unconstitutional, but it's un-Canadian, and it's also illegal. And that's all that I had to say about it.
Thank you very much. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. McPherson, and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Adele Chang. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
My name is Adele, and I am calling from Regina. Good afternoon to each of you, our elected city councillors, and the Honourable Mayor Sandra Masters. You have been elected in good faith to ensure the well-being of our city. Am I on here?
Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Okay, back on April 9th, 2020, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made this statement to all Canadians: no return to normality until coronavirus vaccine is available. Coronaviruses have existed for a very long time. How is it that Justin Trudeau could be so sure to predict such a thing? And why would he? Why were doctors and existing expertise in modern-day medicines and remedies not even mentioned at this early point? It seems that from the very outset, Justin Trudeau's ultimate focus was going to be the jab. I wonder why. Now, why are you, City Council, wanting to insist on a novel gene therapy shot on the citizens of Regina to be able to enjoy our own city facilities? In March 2020, the City of Regina, along with cities across the nation, went into lockdown, being told that we were in a pandemic and that this would curb the death toll. The Saskatchewan government forewarned that there might be 3,000 to 8,000 deaths in our province. By the latter part of June, there were 11 people who died with COVID in Saskatchewan. COVID accounted for 2.2% of hospital admissions. The total percentage of deaths in Saskatchewan and in Canada by the end of 2020 did not exceed the normal rate of deaths in any previous year. The average lifespan of a Canadian is 82 years old. The reported average age of COVID deaths is above 80 years old. The Saskatchewan COVID survival rate stands today at 99.95%. Children's death rate due to COVID has remained at near 0%, way below flu mortality and drowning. This summer, my daughters worked with hundreds of people of all ages, both indoors and outdoors, at city facilities and at camps around Saskatchewan. These people were vaxxed and unvaxxed. There was not one case of child falling ill and being rushed to the hospital due to COVID, not one. In fact, in North America, we are at our lowest point of COVID mortality since the beginning of this COVID outbreak. Considering counts of deaths in Saskatchewan, there really does not seem to be a health pandemic. So the question remains why the strong push for marketed investigative mRNA COVID shots by our political leaders. Are these COVID shots outstanding? Research here in Canada and worldwide show that vaccinated people still get COVID. Current studies show that vaccinated people can transmit COVID-19. Furthermore, as vaccinated people are not fully immune, studies are showing that these COVID shots are leaky. That is, the virus keeps living inside the vaccinated and is mutating into variants. Natural immunity has been found to be up to 13 times stronger than these vaccines. Everything that has been done in the past almost 2 years, from masking to genetic testing to vaccinate mandates to segregation, is unlawful. The lockdowns and the mandates have not only irreparably damaged our entrepreneur economy, but also contravened city laws, the Saskatchewan Bill of Rights, the Public Health Act, the Health Information Protection Act, the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, the Nuremberg Code, and the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, and the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Document Act. Those who do not comply with this vaccine mandate will not just lose their right to access public resources that their taxes pay for, but also for some it will mean the loss of jobs and ability to provide for their children. Before long, private businesses will follow your example, and soon some people won't be able to rent or buy homes, gas, and finally food. Now we understand the terror of our First Nations people when they were threatened by the government to send their kids to residential schools, or they would be sent to jail, or the lady who could not sit in the general seating area of the movie theater because of her skin color, or the father who could not go to the supermarket because of the yellow star on his sleeve. On behalf of the citizens of the city who remain silent out of fear, I respectfully ask you to look at the facts, consider the laws of our land, the health and well-being of our city, history, and stand up against all that is evil and make the right decision for our future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from members of council for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Chang, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Chelsea Budd. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon. Ms. Budd, if you hit *6, we'll be able to hear you.
My name is Chelsea Budd, and I'm calling from Regina, and I'm grateful to be able to speak today. I'm a 35-year Regina resident and a mom of 2 little boys. My husband and I have chosen to call Regina home because we've always found it to be a warm city full of down-to-earth people who care deeply for their community. I'm concerned about the city's decision to ban those who have not been vaccinated from entering public facilities, as dictated by our city manager. Last fall, we voted for our mayor and the members of City Council to represent us in the decisions that are being made for the citizens of this city. Because we are a democracy, we entrust this team to make good choices as it stewards great power over each of us who live here. Respectfully, we didn't elect Mr. Holden to make these decisions. We elected our mayor and city councilors to do that. The dire urgency of the pandemic in 2020 is lessened. It's arguably gone from what it was last year, and with it, the need for nimble decision-making by one person. Why has banning the unvaccinated become a desirable choice? More and more data is coming out to show that the vaccines are not stopping the spread of SARS-CoV-2, see Iceland and Israel, and that natural immunity is far greater than what can be received through a vaccine. Why is our city manager barring residents from accessing services when vaccinated residents can also become infected with and spread the virus? If vaccines truly work, then those who have them need not be concerned. This comes across as the use of power to manipulate the citizens into complying with a certain perspective on how to stay healthy and safe in these times. We're being stripped of our individual rights to freedom of conscience, among other charter guarantees. In the city, we give women the right to kill the baby in their womb, and we've banned the practice of conversion therapy, and yet our city manager is allowed to manipulate the public into receiving an injection in order to fully participate in life in Regina. So you can kill a baby, you can't say anything challenging to someone about their sexual or gender identity, but if you aren't comfortable with receiving an injection that you can never get out of your body, you're considered a second-class citizen. Yet are these not similar issues of bodily autonomy and identity? I do not want to inject into myself something that was tested during using an aborted fetal cell line. I'm not comfortable with being part of the ongoing experiment of the mRNA vaccines. I can't count the number of friends and family who have had terrible adverse events coming out of their COVID vaccines. They are too afraid to go public and receive backlash from the media. My children won't be able to go to the library or the pool. We won't be able to attend events at our community center. My son won't be able to play hockey. I am prepared to miss out on life in the city for the sake of my health and my family's health. However, I find the reality of that heartbreaking. I love living in Regina, but the past 2 weeks I've felt like a complete stranger to it. I'm an outsider looking in. I must contribute financially, but I cannot participate practically. My fear is that this is only going to grow. People are reveling in hatred toward those whose consciences or health dictate that the vaccine is not for them. Take a few minutes on social media. You will see it. People are full of fear, and the enemy has become each other. The truth is that in these times, we need each other, and we need added measures of empathy, compassion, and acceptance of difference. We need a city united in goodwill for all, not for some. We need a city that allows its citizens to think, not to censor out any nuance that comes with a situation this complex. The world is divided, but Regina doesn't have to follow in that path. Look at history and what has happened when a society, isolated, afraid, begins to dehumanize another group of people. It is not good. You are the leaders of the city. It is incumbent upon you to know us, fight for us, and represent us, all of us, according to our charter rights as humans and citizens of this country. Many of you have espoused a deep concern for minority groups in our city who are cast aside and dehumanized. Do you see that the unvaccinated are on the chopping block now? Sure, immunization status is not an immutable characteristic, but what we believe about our bodies is just as much who we are as what we look like on the outside. Isn't that already guiding your decisions as a council? We are not dismembered bodies with brains inside of us, but complete people who think, love, and live as embodied souls. I sent each of you 2 documents on Sunday night. One highlights news articles from 2017, 18, and 19, showing that Regina hospitals have been overrun for years. The second gives 9 succinct reasons why I and many of my friends and family are uncomfortable with this vaccine. References are included with the points that are made. Please take the time to read from a perspective different than your own if you are struggling to understand why someone might not feel comfortable taking a vaccine, this mRNA vaccine in particular. Many of us will fall further to the margins without someone with power to stand for us. That is the call of justice, is it not, to stand for those in the margins? It is incumbent upon each of you to use your power wisely. This is what you signed up for as you campaign for a seat at the table. Please don't pass your responsibility on to someone else, City Council. You have that seat now. Please use it, and please don't forget about us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll ask any members of council have a question. Councillor Shaw.
I just have a question. You're very passionate as you read that, and I do understand your concerns. I'm a very big advocate on human rights. My one question I have to you, through you, Mayor Masters, is what do you have to say to the people in Regina, the citizens in Regina, the citizens in my ward, that are happy and feel safe that our city manager made this call to show the proof of vaccination, through you, Mayor Masters?
I guess I would encourage them to look outside the mainstream narrative that is highly censored and to look at the doctors who are losing their jobs, because there is more to this story than we get from our mainstream narrative. There are doctors and nurses speaking out and saying there's more to COVID and to the way that we're receiving information. I guess the other thing I would say is, what's next? If we are so willing to give up our freedoms so that someone else can look after us, where do we draw the line on that? And how far does this go? And what's the end game to it? Because if we are willing to give up our freedom to allow one person to decide for all of us what is best, then where does that end? And when we look at history, people with great power need checks against that power. And I guess my encouragement would be that we have individual rights as a society. Those have been fought for and died for over the past 100 years. And we need to cherish those and respect that that people will see things differently. And also the vaccines are not a guarantee that you're not going to get COVID or that you're not going to transmit it. I just looked up stats today from Israel, and 60% of the hospitalizations are people who are fully vaccinated. And in Israel, that is 3 shots. 2 of the first ones, the booster, and they're working on their 4th.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Budd, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegation to Mayor Lavoie. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. One moment. Apologies, just having a technical difficulty here. I'll call upon delegation to Mayor Lavoie. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon. Ms. Lavoie, if you're speaking, you're on mute. *6 will unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. Please proceed.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have a few points I'd like to make in regards to this mandatory vaccine that the city is trying to pass. Number one, these facilities are taxpayer funded and owned. Number two, it is against the law to ask Canadians for their private medical information. It is also against the law to mandate vaccines in Canada. I strongly encourage all of City Council to read the laws and to read the Bill of Rights, the Charter, and the Bill of Saskatchewan Rights as well. The COVID-19 vaccines are experimental and are still ongoing trials until 2023. They do not have adequate safety testing, no post-op follow-up, no available ingredient list, and now moving on with the 3rd jab, indicating that the vaccines do not work. Nurses are speaking out about double-vaxxed people in hospital. This experimental jab does not meet the definition of a vaccine, as it does not contain a virus, live or otherwise. It is an mRNA, DNA-altering gene therapy that has never been used on humans. The city does not know the medical history of all of its citizens, especially when it comes to their experience with vaccinations, and a one-size-fits-all approach is completely reckless. Chris Holden is an unelected official attempting to make policy on an entire city of people who were not afforded the opportunity to voice their opinions or concerns. This policy, if passed, goes against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Saskatchewan Bill of Rights, and our basic human rights, as well as the Criminal Code. My questions are, I would like to know who gave Chris Holden the authority to hold a press conference 3 weeks ago indicating that this proposed policy that is being voted on today was taking effect with city employees September 15th today and with the public September 20th when it had not even been voted on. I'm curious if this topic of today is merely just for show. Does the city realize that this illegal policy is going to cause more segregation in the city and as a society as a whole? Do they realize that forcing medical procedures on the public is medical rape, which is punishable by law? And my last question, is the city and every councillor here listening today, including the mayor, prepared to be held liable for adverse reactions suffered by taxpayers that take the COVID-19 vaccine merely to gain access to their taxpayer-funded facilities? And are they prepared for civil lawsuits to be launched against them personally? I'm also curious which unbiased information they have looked at that represents both sides of this debate before the city came to the conclusion that forcing medical experiments, which also goes against the Nuremberg Code, on the public illegally is actually the answer to stop the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you, Ms. Lavoie. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
So nobody's answering my questions?
Delegations present to council. Thank you very much. I'd like to call upon Delegation Betty Anderson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Councilmen. My name is Betty Anderson. I'm an RN, retired in June. Not an expert on by any means in a lot of things, but I do have some microbiology knowledge. I myself cannot take a vaccine because of a heart arrhythmia that I arrested from 10 years ago, and I have an ICD in my chest to keep that from happening again. So with that in mind, if I would be at risk of an arrhythmia from the vaccine, I would be punished in not being able to use the facilities in the city, which would be to my benefit to use, such as the pool and exercise places and such. I am concerned about young moms wanting to take their children to libraries and pools and rinks that have children but are pregnant and breastfeeding as well. It's not advised, and lots of information says that it isn't, that they should take a vaccine. We have to have learned something from the thalidomide babies that were born that they said was safe to take this antiemetic, which did a great harm to the unborn child. In August, there were 22 COVID deaths. 9 of them were fully vaccinated. That's almost half. So you're telling us that the vaccines work. And yet, a study done in Oxford said that 251% more viral load in a vaccinated person than an unvaccinated person. Robert Malone, who was one of the inventors of mRNA, said that vaccines are mutating from the virus is mutating from the vaccine, and I had a hard time understanding that. I thought, how can that be? But then when you look at what superbugs are, if you take an antibiotic too much, eventually it doesn't work for that purpose, and it creates a resistance. And that's what's happening with the vaccines. All we do is push vaccines, but yet we don't do anything to have any protocol for patients or people that are first diagnosed with COVID that would make a difference in them not ending up in the hospital. There are countries who don't have vaccines, so they've had to use things like the demonized ivermectin, which is saving millions of people. You look at areas of India that used it, they have very few COVID cases. Mexico City used it and saw their numbers decline drastically. But yet if we mention it here, my doctor told me she would lose her license if she prescribed it. Here, we can't use it because it's just not kosher, I guess. I don't know. Because the thing is, this emergency vaccine came out and was able to be out there because they didn't have a treatment. But they do have treatment. It's just being suppressed by the media. And if you want to look at how vaccines do not work, you look at Israel and Iceland. In Israel, they have the highest cases anywhere in the world. They have the highest vaccines. They're on their 3rd vaccine, and now they're looking at their 4th. So I think that if we could use these therapeutics when people are first diagnosed, we would keep them out of the hospital. We would keep them from dying. There's lots of doctors out there that are trying to push this out, but they keep being suppressed by the media. They keep being demonized that, oh, you're using horse medication. And yeah, they do use it on horses, but they also use aspirin on horses. And it just grieves my soul. I have grandchildren. I have to do something. I have to stand up and have done something because this is so wrong. We are doing things over and over and over again and getting the same results, but we can't look at cheap medication that is saving people all over the world. In Mexico, Tokyo, they're now using ivermectin because their vaccines were all contaminated and they're having great results. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Anderson. Councillor Mancinelli, you have a question for the delegate?
I have a question. You cited a healthcare background through the chair. Knowing that although we have a short timeline, all the researchers, scientists, doctors, virologists, microbiologists all came together 18 months ago or 20 months ago to come up with some type of a effective treatment for COVID. And today you're asking me to basically ignore all of that brain power and move towards treating people with a horse dewormer that was developed 40 years ago because that's a safer choice for the people that I've been put the responsibility to look out for. Is that what you basically said to me in a summary?
No, I didn't say that. In 18 months, things have evolved and we've gotten a lot more knowledge. And the horse dewormer, it won a Nobel Prize. It's been given 4 billion times around the world to humans. And it has eradicated parasites and viruses in areas of the country that were debilitated by them. It is not, like I said, it won a Nobel Prize. It was approved by the FDA for human use 40 years ago. And I want to tell you a story. In Toronto, at the time of COVID, there was a care home that had an outbreak of scabies. That's one of the ivermectin's used for. It's a parasite that grows under the skin. And patients were all on ivermectin. And on another ward, they were on it prophylactically. COVID hit Toronto, and they had a big hit. COVID hits there, and not one resident got COVID. But you know what? Most of the staff did. So it's a prophylactic as well. And we need to be open-minded. This isn't working. What can we do different? What can we change? I'll tell you one of the reasons, and this is my opinion, and maybe I'm out to lunch. Pharmaceuticals are making trillions of dollars off these vaccines. They will make very little off the ivermectin because it's 8 cents a tablet and it's off-label. And what will it hurt? What will it hurt to give patients
that's fine.
on
I asked a question. I think the summary you provided kind of took me where it was going. Sorry to interrupt, but yes, basically that's what you expect me to do. I appreciate your answer.
I think.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. I don't see any other questions coming in from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd call upon Delegation Robert Dieter. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Dieter. I'm from Topeka Seas Cree Nation. As an Aboriginal, I feel it necessary to ask you if you are aware of the past system, which restricted Indigenous freedom in the prairies during the late 19th and 20th century. It has had a lasting impact on generations of Indigenous people as restrictions on mobility cause damage to Indigenous economies, cultures, and societies. This will again damage our economy when we need it desperately to recover. It will damage culture again because of restricting arts, libraries, fitness programs, and most of all, damage our socially once again from our segregation. You're going to sit here in the same month that you just declared a holiday for trust and reconciliation, and before we even reach that landmark, you're going to strip me of my freedoms and make me a second-class citizen. What gives you the right as a public servant to infringe on my rights as a Canadian to move freely and be equal in society? This is for my safety. Was the 60 scoops for my safety? Was the sterilization of our young women for our safety? You will not deceive us again. We are supposed to learn from the past, not repeat it. And if you so choose to repeat it, let me say, you will have a long road ahead of you. Choose equality, choose freedom, or choose a life filled with regret and guilt for the decision you have made to not only impact Aboriginals, but every race within our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieter. Any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much again for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Dieter, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon delegation Rory Van de Kamp. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Okay, Rory Van de Kamp, resident of Ward 5. I just want to touch on some of the issues I've been kind of hearing regarding the Vax passport stuff. I want to start off by saying, can you hear me still?
We certainly can. Please go on.
Okay, yes, I want to start off by saying that given the fact that we are here today discussing this is truly sad and shows how far we have come. We didn't flatten the curve, isolate from our families and friends, and have our children mentally tortured by this ongoing restrictions to be rewarded with this hybrid communism. You can name the QR code health pass 10 different ways, but we all know what it is, and it stands for segregation. In a time where we march for equality for women, encourage acceptance, love, and respect for every race, every religion, every sexual orientation, we are gathered here to discuss segregating human beings based on their private personal health choices. Now you might say, well, it's still a choice. This so-called choice infringes on our Charter of Rights as Canadians. It provides optics for the public to witness the unvaxxed population go through processes like cattle in order to provide their private health on display. Speaking of optics, we can now see that the trending death rates of the fully vaxxed patients in the month of August reach a staggering 40%. We are literally only a few deaths away from seeing a 50-50 death rate between fully vaxxed and unvaxxed patients, which will provide the fully vaxxed community with a false sense of security. Because of the trending percentage of death rates of the fully vaxxed climbing higher as the months go on, what will happen when the fully vaxxed percentage then overwhelms the unvaxxed percentage in death rate? Do we start to walk back the QR codes, the checks, municipal facility COVID testing? COVID testing that Ontario Public Health physician Dr. Yaffe admits to a 50% false positive rate for COVID tests. The test that we still use today that provide more false security for everyone. To think we as a city will pour resources into something that can be seen already on the brink of failure is insane. We are seeing segregation in schools, workplaces, and sometimes even, sadly, within families. This does not belong in our society. It is no secret that our provincial government has taken a great deal of knowledge and experience from the UK regarding techniques on fighting COVID-19. Boris Johnson himself is scrapping the vaccine passports because his government would rather put their focus into healthcare during the months ahead. I've read stats, I'm sure we all have. There's no need to pretend that segregating people based on their health choice when clearly now we know both can get COVID, both can spread COVID, both can die from COVID. Sandra Masters, my family voted for you. We used to watch your Facebook live comments and questions nightly after we put our kids to sleep. And you ran your campaign on becoming, heavily, you spoke heavily on gender equality and the next generation of female leaders, your commitment to First Nations by providing jobs and opportunities, and highlighting the fact that Regina is one of the most resilient cities in the world. As a Métis man involved in my community who had voted for you, I feel that these endorsements only fall short when you start to put your thumb on their freedoms as us as human beings, our culture and our mobility within our own city that we pay taxes for. John Findura and I have spoke a few times now on the phone, and I can say we are lucky to have this man representing Ward 5. I also appreciate that he recognizes that the idea of a vaccine passport is highly disturbing. And we, the people of Regina, have voted every single one of you sitting here today. Do not take your job lightly. The city needed change, and to the 6 new ward council members, don't let this be the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van de Kamp. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your submission this afternoon, Mr. Van de Kamp, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
The regulars of us, it's like how you're finished.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Cheryl Fox. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Fox. Did you just want me to go into my speech? Or?
Yeah, feel free. Please proceed.
Okay. So I'm actually against this proposed mandate for a few reasons. I did send in a copy of my kind of what I wanted to say. And the first point is that mandatory masking and vaccination passports or forced vaccination, it violates the criminal code under section 241(1), and anyone has the ability to press criminal charges under that. It reads, every person who administers or causes to be administered to any other person or causes any other person to take poison or any other destructive or noxious thing is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 14 years if they did so with intent to endanger the life of or cause bodily harm to that person, or B, of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 2 years, or of an offense punishable on summary conviction if they did so with intent to aggrieve or annoy that person. There's also another law that I just found out about. It's Public Bill Senate S-201-42-1, and it's an act to prohibit and prevent genetic discrimination, and it prohibits any person from requiring an individual to undergo a genetic test or disclose the results of a genetic test as a condition of providing goods or services, to entering into or continuing a contract or agreement with, or offering specific conditions in a contract or agreement with the individual. Any forced face masks and vaccinations to violate our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There are 3 law systems in Canada. One is martial law, 2, civil law, and that's the law system that everyone is familiar with. It's where we get our criminal code from. That's where personal lawsuits come from. Everyone's familiar with that. There's a lesser known law system out there, and it's called common law. It is the original law of the land. What people are familiar with common law is a common law relationship. most people do not realize that there's more to common law than that. In common law, we have the ability to go after police officers' bonds. We have the ability to issue notices of liability and bills for violating. And in this case, for violating our right to consent in regards to vaccinations, that can be a $25 million bill. Canada has the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Bill of Rights. We have the right to deny services to any citizen of Canada for these proposed reasons, i.e. mandatory masks or vaccine passports or mandatory vaccination, is discrimination and violates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. It violates it under Sections 2A, B, and 7, and also requires my consent under Section 10 of the Health Care Act. You do not require anyone from the LGBTQ community to have a passport verifying they do not have any STIs. You don't require them to go around with a card saying, see, I don't have any STIs, here's my proof. What we choose to do with our bodies is our choice. And that has been upheld by the Supreme Court. So medical freedom is a protected right in Canada. No government agency, doctor, or citizen of Canada or the world has the right to violate a Canadian citizen's medical freedom. And I also sent in a link to an interview, video of an interview with top constitutional lawyer Rocco Galati regarding medical freedom. Forcing a face mask or vaccination is a medical mandate, according to the interview with constitutional lawyer Rocco Galati. Face masks or vaccination cannot be imposed without our informed expressed consent. And unless you have a doctor on staff, you're then delving into practicing medicine without a license. And you still need, and you can't do any medical mandates without a doctor on staff. This is a medical mandate, and you would need our consent. And even then, the doctor
Thank you,
would
Ms.
still need our
Fox.
consent
You're
for
at
any.
5 minutes. Could I ask that you wrap it up in the next few seconds?
Yeah. According to Dr. Judah Mankiewicz, this vaccine is 99% poison. It's graphene oxide, and it's not actually a vaccine. It only has 0.7% mRNA, and so it would be trying to force us to take a poison jab.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if any council has any questions for you. I don't see that any member of council has any questions for you. I'll thank you very much for your presentation and written submission, Ms. Fox, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Marilyn Statham. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. You're able to hear me?
We are, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Stamen, and I'm calling from Regina. I'm a medical professional with more than 35 years of experience, and I have owned and managed a business here in Regina for most of those years. To begin, we had been told, that COVID vaccines are a silver bullet, and it is only after everyone is vaccinated that our lives will return to normal. Unfortunately, this is not the case. As some of my previous delegates have mentioned, the vaccinated are just as able and transmit the SARS-CoV-2 virus as the unvaccinated. This is not my belief, nor is it just a theory. It is a fact. Since the onset of the pandemic, the world has been regarding the Centers for Disease Control in the U.S. as the authority on all things COVID. Well, recently, Rochelle Walensky, director of the CDC, regrettably announced that the COVID vaccines are not preventing transmission of the virus. Considering this extremely important fact, mandating or coercing everyone to be vaccinated to enter a City of Regina facility will not provide a public health benefit. Even if every man, woman, and child were vaccinated with 2 doses tomorrow, the virus would persist in the population. The statement by the CDC that I just referenced should be familiar to you, but if it isn't, I implore you to do your homework. Please note that when you use your office to influence public health, you are morally and ethically bound to consider both any perceived benefits as well as harm. I'm a veterinarian who has been in practice and private practice, used many medical interventions, including vaccines, for over 3 decades. I've witnessed their benefits, but also their risks. I've witnessed serious side effects, including death. No medical intervention is ever innocuous. It's always about balancing the risks and benefits of a particular individual. The decision to vaccinate must remain with each individual and her doctor. There's a long list of medical professionals from all over the world that will confirm what I have said. For example, Dr. Zelenko, who's a Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Robert Malone, co-inventor of the mRNA technology, Dr. Tess Lawrie, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Simone Gold, Dr. David Martin, Dr. Luc Montagnier, Dr. Michael Yaden, America's Frontline Doctors, and Canadian COVID Care Alliance, and many others. But there is good news. Many mentioned today that the latest figures from Stanford regarding the chance of dying with COVID, the chance of survival for 0 to 19-year-olds is 99.9973%. For 20 to 29-year-olds, 99.986%. Older people, 60 to 69, 99.41% chance of surviving. Even people over 70 have an average of a 94.5% chance of survival. This is very good news. For those at-risk individuals with comorbidities and the elderly, those esteemed professionals I previously mentioned recommend intervention with multi-drug treatment protocols as soon as a patient tests positive. And I know the ivermectin has already been mentioned today. I'm not even going to bring that up. There is Dr. McCullough in the States, who is one of the most highly credentialed cardiologists in the world. He has over 600 peer-reviewed papers to his name, and he is really trying to speak out and get word out to everyone that outpatient clinics are being set up in the States where people diagnosed with COVID see a doctor immediately and receive multi-drug treatment regimes, including monoclonal antibodies, which are very, very safe and effective. There are published studies that demonstrate an average 85% reduction in the need for hospitalization. One of the council members was wondering what to say, what can be said to concerned citizens who are really supportive of this type of mandate. Well, I think that we haven't been kept up to date as citizens on the chance of survival of COVID to allay some of the fear. We also aren't being told about a natural immunity, and all those people who have had COVID in the past, it has been shown that they have very robust and durable immunity. There's people from the Spanish flu from 1918 that still have dramatic and robust immunity to that virus 100 years later. So there's a lot of wonderful support there. Also, there is a question that the city, if they're interested in more information, or all of us should be potentially supporting medical professionals who are working to change these policies in Canada. It isn't all of the medical professionals who have discussed all of this a year ago and then found no answers. That actually isn't the case. There are many answers available. We need them out there.
You're out of time. I'm just asking if you have, you can have 10 more seconds if you want to wrap it up,
but
I'll
wonderful.
cut you off again.
Okay, I will. Okay, let me wrap it up. Coercion to force vaccines on everyone is unnecessary, also very importantly unethical and immoral. Please allow individuals to make their own health decisions, and I implore you to block the adoption of the city manager's recommendation. Failure to do so will only cause harm. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thanks very much, Ms. Tatum. I'll ask members of council, do you have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you again very much for your presentation this afternoon and your written submission earlier, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Anthony Eberly. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Eberly.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Greetings, City Council and Mayor Regina. I come before you today in search of answers. My friend Aaron Knoll created a petition a week ago and has since garnered over 1,000 signatures from mostly local Regina residents asking the council to reconsider Chris Holden's decision to segregate a large portion of Regina's community, specifically those who have declined the COVID-19 vaccine. This petition is titled Petition to Not Restrict Access of Regina Facilities Based on Vaccine Status. And it goes on to say, we, the undersigned residents of Regina, call upon the City of Regina to commit to not rolling out any e-vaccination status, immunity passports to City of Regina residents for employment, public transport, or access to any indoor or outdoor City of Regina facilities. As mentioned earlier, over 1,000 people signed this petition. Various people of political stripes, ethnic origins, and economic standing. Those who signed the online petition have the option of leaving a few thoughts. I'm going to share a few of those comments that people wrote beside the signatures. Dennis said, "This is an unnecessary and divisive action. I have lived in Regina my entire life and pay taxes. Barring my family and I, or anybody else for that matter, from City of Regina facilities that I have paid for based on our medical status is unacceptable." Crystal says, "I have an autoimmune disorder, and there is no research available for vaccine in my disorder." Susan wrote, "As a vaccinated person, I'm signing because I'm 100% opposed to a two-tiered society. Vaccine mandates are unacceptable in all forms." And Ralph says, "I'm a retired lawyer with a strong passion for human rights and the rule of law. I am not at all an anti-vaxxer, but I strongly believe in free choice, and I'm against discrimination, forced vaccination, and the imposition of a caste system pitting one group of citizens against another." Now, the city has an obligation to provide services for all Regina residents. They've collected taxes from us. The question comes, will there be a rebate for those residents who are being denied these services under Chris Holden's model? And if there is no rebate, will we erect new facilities for those people who have legitimate issues with vaccines? Enshrined in our Provincial Public Health Act is the ability to decline any vaccine for conscientious reasons. In Part 7 of the Act, it reads, "Conscientious objection to immunization." Point 64 says, "A person who conscientiously believes that immunization would be prejudicial to his or her health or to the health of his or her child or ward, or for conscientious reasons objects to immunization, may swear or affirm an affidavit to that effect before a justice of the peace, commissioner for oaths, or notary public." Now, I know people who have given affidavits to the province in fear of having to abide by vaccine passports, and the province returns them saying that there are currently no vaccine mandates with the province. Now, my appeal to the City Council is to please leave enforcement of vaccines to the province. That will allow room for conscientious objectors to receive exemption. Otherwise, people will be led to think that the cities are pushing vaccine passports deliberately in order to circumvent conscientious objectors. Now, Saskatoon recently had a vote on city passports. Because their jobs are subject to the will of the people, they wisely voted against implementing passports in their city. The question is, who holds Chris Holden accountable? Nobody elected him. Why has the city allowed an unelected official to be able to brazenly make overreaching decisions like this? When it comes to our fine city workers, our firefighters, the police officers, and every other valuable employee, I want to just bring the attention to Federal Bill S-201. When you start to consider forcing tests on your employees, this is part of the Canadian Labor Code, and it refers to genetic testing, including RNA tests. It says every employee is entitled to not undergo or be required to undergo genetic tests. Every employee is entitled to not disclose or be required to disclose the results of a genetic test, and you aren't allowed to be dismissed, suspended, or demoted for refusing a genetic test. As you know, as counselors, you are more than just a writer, a nurse, and a mechanic. You are representatives for your residents. Now, I know that unions have their place, but when it comes to public policy, the voices of your individual constituents come first. Please keep their interests and the rights of the residents who voted you in when you make your vote today, and please take a step back from these vaccine passports.
Thank you, Mr. Everly, for your presentation to Council. Members of Council, do you have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you again for your presentation as well as your written submissions, Mr. Everly, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
I will.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Danae Haywood. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and Council. My name is Dana, and I'm calling from Regina, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity to speak today. I want to appeal to you as the leaders in our city, Regina, to continue to make decisions that champion inclusiveness. Mayor Masters has stated that it is her desire to have an economically vibrant community that is inclusive, accessible, sustainable, and safe for all. I cannot imagine that any of you would be opposed to this goal. Over the past year, you have made decisions that support inclusivity in our city, acknowledging that diversity is part of our way of life and diversity needs to be respected. To champion the rights and diversity of all our residents is your responsibility. A safe community is about respect and support for all, not division, marginalization, and judgment from others who are making choices different from our own. The mandate for vaccination to use city facilities is a divergence from this philosophy and track record. It is pitting part of our community against another part of our community. It is leading to marginalization rather than inclusivity. The COVID vaccines do make sense for part of our population, especially those who are elderly and have comorbidities. Others may choose to be vaccinated for personal or professional reasons. However, these vaccines are untested over time. They should not be forced on everyone. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms gives each citizen the right to choose which medical treatments they will accept. You have been elected to honor this charter in our municipal government. Vaccines need to be available, but not mandated. Health Canada and the CDC have provided information on what leads to higher risk for serious illness from the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Obesity and comorbidities lead the list. Many of the City of Regina facilities are used by residents who desire to combat these conditions. They are taking responsibility for their health by using the facilities to prevent and diminish the risk of not only COVID, but a multitude of other illnesses that cause overuse of our healthcare system. Please do not ban these people from their commitment to healthy lifestyles that benefit our community simply because they are exercising their charter freedom to respect their own bodies. It is City Council's responsibility to make decisions. We elected each of you to represent us. Please resume your role as these responsibilities for the oversight of our community. Keep our community inclusive and safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haywood. I'll ask any members of council have any questions for the delegate. Seeing none, I'll thank you again, Dana Haywood, for your presentation this afternoon and your written submission, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Edward Palczynski. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon there. My name is Edward Palczynski. Just calling for Morsel people in general here. I got to pull my note up here quickly. I want to touch base on jobs and employment for the city in regards to this with the vaccine passport stuff. I'll just read through what I have here, but for a bit I'll start here. For a bit I've been considering the idea of working for the city, mainly due to COVID. I've not been working since New Year's of 2021, primarily due to COVID reasons, i.e. masks and now if passed, vaccine requirements. I mentioned masks also because I have difficulty wearing them, and they give me issues with breathing and that. But that having been said, as much as I may not mind working for the city, if this is passed, vaccine passports along with negative COVID tests are passed, I will not be able to work for the city. And if this passes, other businesses may adapt this as well, thus closing doors on jobs for those who need and are able to work. But for whatever reason they have, whether physical or mental reasons, are not going to receive the vaccine or take a COVID test. This will mean increase in loss of jobs and impose limitations and increase in the unemployment numbers, and the government having to put out more help or more to help them. I'd like you guys to reconsider passing this about the mandatory vaccines and negative COVID tests and whatever else they may have for masking in the future for the city facilities and city workers. And ask yourselves as well, if vaccines work, why are those who are vaccinated concerned about those who are not vaccinated if the vaccine works? Thank you. I don't feel I'm up for taking any questions at this time, but I'd just like to get that out there with you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palczynski, for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you guys as well. I hope that came across clear. If it was sent, a copy of that was sent to an email there, if anyone needs to probably review it. So yeah.
Yes, but, we have the written submission as well. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Tara Mackey. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon. Ms. Mackey, if you press star 6,
Hello.
There we go. There you are. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Tara Mackey, and I'm calling in regarding the COVID-19 restrictions and mandates that are coming into practice in Regina. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Mandates set a dangerous precedent. If we allow a governing entity to dictate what we are allowed to accept into our bodies in order to function in society, regardless of the repercussions, that is a terrifying situation. Justin Trudeau, when asked in the electoral debates if he would be suspending an AKA fully vaccinated person's passport status if they didn't receive the superseding boosters, he refused to answer. And that is an answer in itself. Our government is fully planning to suspend freedoms of those who do not comply at any time. The Bank of Canada is actively creating cryptocurrencies that will unify these passports. If you do not comply, you are not allowed to participate in society. No food, no fuel, and no function. This is a dangerous government. A government should never have that type of control over its people. We are not talking about people that we're penalizing, such as criminals or child abusers or murderers. You're penalizing law-abiding citizens by making private medical decisions over their personal health. I would agree to an extent that vaccines are a wonderful opportunity if they prevent COVID. If this is true, then what is the problem and why are people so hesitant? In theory, this sounds like the best solution, but is it really working? There are tens of thousands of people who are blindly trusting the science, only to end up in horrible adverse reactions, including deaths from these vaccines. These numbers are recorded to Canada Health at under a rate of 1%. Breakthrough cases, while in Canadian statistics, are less occurring due to a slow vaccine rollout. But on a global scale, this isn't the case. Vaccine efficacy is waning, and hence the countries who are already administering their fourth doses to no avail and seeing monumental deaths in fully vaccinated people. My question, if breaking cases are occurring, that means the vaccines and vaccinated people are contracting and spreading the virus, then why isn't everybody required to present a negative COVID test to enter facilities? Wouldn't this make more sense? If our true goal is to prevent COVID from spreading, why are the fully vaccinated people not required to prove that they are not carrying COVID and spreading it to the unvaccinated, infected person? I'd also like to note that not all unvaccinated people are sick with COVID. Studies are showing that natural immunity is much better at fighting the Delta variant than vaccine cases. Israel is a perfect example of how vaccines are not working. They are on their fourth doses and still experiencing over 10,000 cases per day in fully vaccinated people. If these vaccines are not working, then why are we creating mandates that we must take them or lose our jobs? Why are we focusing and forcing young children to take them when we have, one, no idea what the shots are in them to begin with, and two, no idea what is the long-term effects going to be? Why is one death or adverse reaction not as serious as death from COVID? A life is still a life. Why are we holding education, employment, and daily function over the heads of those who are facing very difficult situations? This is not simply a black and white issue. There's always a gray area that needs to be taken into account. My family has experienced tragedies after vaccines as well. In February, a family member has died of a heart attack 6 days after receiving her second shot. Then another family member had a heart attack after their second shot. Thankfully, didn't pass away, but is now has serious health issues. Another family member, a younger person, was administered to hospital for 3 days after her Pfizer shot, experiencing confusion, extreme weakness, and pain throughout her entire body. Nobody knows what is wrong. It is very alarming that there are countless tragic stories that are being shared around the world with perfectly healthy people, especially young children, becoming paralyzed or having neurological conditions, unable to function and dying from their shots. Why are we not openly discussing this? The censorship associated with this pandemic is alarming. I will end this with my personal trials. I have recently been diagnosed with a condition called trigeminal neuralgia, or cluster headaches. This is a class 1 headache disorder. These conditions go by another name, suicide headaches. Cluster headaches are an extremely rare condition affecting less than 1% of the population, and for women, this has it's even more rare. A cluster headache is a rare type of headache known for its extreme intensity and pain and patterns occurring in clusters. Autonomic symptoms such as agitation and restlessness accompany this headache. The pain is so severe that it affects the person's ability to perform daily activities and function. This condition is known to be documented as the most painful condition known in medical science, trumping gunshot wounds, natural, free drug labor, and having every single bone in your body simultaneously break. It occurs every day from 15 minutes to 3 hours per attack, up to 8 times a day for months at a time. There are no cures for this condition, and the medical treatments to manage the pain are futile. In nearly 30 years, I have yet to find a treatment that even comes close to stopping the pain. I've been extremely cautious of what I eat, as certain diets make it worse. I can't enjoy a glass of wine or even have a sip of alcohol, as it immediately takes me out of my remission stages. Even barometric pressure systems such as storms can trigger a cluster period. I am lucky in a way that I'm considered episodic, and my cluster lasts from spring to fall. Every single day, at the same time, I experience the most excruciating pain that I can only describe to you, as it comes on as quickly as a brain freeze, with a pain intensity that is nothing short of torturous.
Ms. Mackey, I'm going to tell you that you're over 5 minutes right now, so if you could wrap it up in the next few 10 seconds or so, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Creating mandates and accepting restrictive measures passports for penalizing people for exercising their personal rights and sovereignty over their bodies is unacceptable. It opens the door to totalitarian rule. The only thing mandates will do is create an economic crisis, starting with housing market crash and adding to a crippling mental health crisis. If mandates such as these pass in our city, we will directly affect my family in an unfair and negative manner, and we will lose our jobs and our homes, and my children will ultimately suffer from this. This pandemic has been so destructive. It is not only
Ms. Mackey, I'm going to call it. You're well into 6 minutes now. We're going to call it. Thank you very much for your presentation. Members of council, do you have any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for both your presentation and your written submission. and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Council, it is 5:30 on the button. I need a motion of continuance. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. A seconder? Councillor Mole. Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll continue. Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Darren Lamoureux. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Lamoureux. Are you available? If you're on mute, *6 will unmute you. I'll try one more time. Mr. Lamoureux, are you available?
Hello?
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you now. Please proceed.
My name is Darren Lamoureux, and I'm a resident of Regina. I'd like to say good afternoon. So, the presentation will be short. I commend the city in the implementation of the vaccine passport and allowing entry into public facilities. Although controversial, I feel there's a need to start putting in long-term protocols that we as a general public are going to have to accept in our everyday lives, because COVID and the future variants of COVID are going to affect how we live our life for many years to come. Although I understand the hesitancy of some people in our community to not be vaccinated due to health and religious reasons, and how these vaccine passports are going to be affecting their everyday lives, but we also have to take into consideration the 78.3% of eligible Canadians as of yesterday that have been fully vaccinated, so our country, province, and communities can try to learn to live with this pandemic without having to shut down our business community and public facilities. The provincial government decided to wash their hands of the responsibility and implement restrictions due to the pandemic, and to pass that responsibility on to every Saskatchewan's community council to set their own individual policies is what brings us here today. Regina, now is the time to set up long-term solutions instead of knee-jerk reactions. If I was fortunate enough to be a colleague on City Council, these would be my long-term recommendations. To allow all public facilities to remain open, restrict entrance to people with a vaccine passport. We'd also have to set up a system to ensure 100% of children 12 and under that don't have a choice of being vaccinated are granted access to these facilities. We have to allow individual business the choice to restrict entrance to their establishments to individuals that don't have a vaccine passport. But we'll also be businesses in Regina that will allow both vaccinated and unvaccinated patrons into their establishment, and that choice is theirs. Private business owners, and we as a community, we have to support and respect that choice. In closing, I know if these suggestions are put in place, our police service will have the unfortunate responsibility of having to deal with non-complying citizens that create a disturbance. But it pales in comparison to the inconvenience this pandemic has put on our healthcare system, the delays in elective surgeries and the care for patients not COVID-related due to the stress being placed on our healthcare providers having to deal with this COVID outbreak. It's been a long 18 months, and governments, businesses, and individuals cannot afford financially and mentally to have another shutdown or a rash of inconsistent restrictions placed on public and private facilities. We need long-term solutions put in place to deal with this pandemic. It is my belief that the vaccine passport is a solution. I urge City Council to be a leader, not only for our province, but for other communities in our country, and how to implement a fair solution to keep our economy open and to protect our citizens to the best that we can. So thank you for the opportunity today to voice my concerns, and I look forward to seeing the solution for the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Lamoureux. Any questions from Council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and your written submission, and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jordan Haywood. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, sir. Please proceed.
Awesome. My name is Jordan, and I'm a resident of Regina. I've lived my entire life here. And I am calling in to represent any individual who is speaking out against the vaccine passport as it infringes upon our rights. Before I progress on that vein, I'd just like to state that I would encourage all the councillors to vote against allowing Chris Holden to have authority to make decisions on behalf of the council. Mr. Holden is an unelected and unaccountable individual to the public, and this is an affront to the democratic process, because all of you individuals who, Honourable Mayor and City Council members, are accountable to the public, and that's what makes a democracy work, and that's why Canada is a great country, and that's why people from other countries want to come to Canada, because we have a democratic process and it's followed. So I would request that the City Councillors vote against granting Mr. Holden the authority to make decisions which he is not entitled to. I'd also request that you consider the long-term ramifications of granting Mr. Holden this power. We are no longer in a state of emergency as we were in April 2020, when we thought the virus had a 10% mortality rate. We have been living with this for 18 months, and the extreme measures of granting one individual ultimate authority are not appropriate for the current climate that we're in. On the topic of vaccine passports here, just a few reasons why I strongly oppose them. First, vaccine passports do not take into account those who have natural immunity due to prior infection. Why should someone take the vaccine when natural immunity is more robust and longer lasting than the vaccine? Second, medical decisions have always been treated with utmost privacy and should only be shared with a doctor. Disclosing vaccine status as a requirement to entry to city facilities is a gross infringement upon our rights. The Saskatchewan government states that the QR code allows for proof of vaccination while protecting personal health information. However, every individual will either go into a QR code line or an alternative line, which requires testing, masks, distancing. Everyone will instantly know each other's personal medical choices based on the line they enter. That doesn't keep my medical information private, nor others. Third, if the City of Regina is allowed to interfere with our personal medical information, we set a precedent that interference into citizens' private lives is okay. This will be the beginning of the end of our rights and freedoms. If we do not allow individual autonomy, we have taken a crucial and treacherous step away from being a free democracy toward being an authoritarian society. And that is what people who flee oppressive governments, that's why they come to Canada, because they want to have freedom. Fourth, we now know that vaccinated individuals spread the virus, and when infected, contain similar levels of the virus compared with the infected, unvaccinated individuals. Look at a country like Israel, who has some of the highest vaccine rates in the world, and are now on to implementing a booster with the talk of a second booster in the coming months. And they have some of the highest case counts in the world. Clearly, vaccination is not the panacea that we have been led to believe. This last point is profound. If we are to be a society based on science, which we have repeatedly claimed over the last 18 months, overlooking the weight of this last point shows that we believe in a selective science. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, have any questions for Mr. Haywood? Seeing none, I'll thank you again for your presentation this afternoon, as well as your written submission, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much.
I'll call upon Delegation Adrian Duke. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
I'm Adrian Duke, and I do not represent anyone other than myself, a concerned citizen of Regina. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm known as Adrian Duke, and everything I'm about to say is without prejudice. My Canadian law dictionary tells me mandate is a request. That's a lot different than law. The CDC defines vaccine as a product that stimulates a person's immune system to produce immunity to a specific disease, protecting the person from that disease. The purported increase in cases is a direct consequence of increased testing through the inappropriate use of the PCR instrument to diagnose so-called COVID-19. Its inventor, Carrie Mullis, has clearly indicated that the PCR testing device was never created to test for coronavirus. December of last year, the WHO admitted that the PCR test has a problem at high amplifications as it detects dead cells from old viruses, giving a false positive. February of this year, BC Health Officer Bonnie Henry admitted the PCR tests are unreliable. May of this year, Manitoba's chief microbiologist and laboratory specialist, Dr. Jared Bullard, testified before the Court of Queen's Bench in Manitoba that PCR test results do not verify infectiousness and were never intended to be used to diagnose respiratory illness. All treatments being marketed as COVID-19 vaccines are still in phase 3 clinical trials until 2023 and hence qualify as a medical experiment. People taking these treatments are enrolled as test subjects and are further unaware that their injections are not actual vaccines as they do not contain a virus, but instead an experimental gene therapy without informed consent. None of these treatments have been fully approved, only granted emergency use authorization by the FDA, which Health Canada is using as their basis for approval under the interim order. Therefore, fully informed consent is not possible. Dr. Byram Bridle, a pro-vaccine associate professor on viral immunology at the University of Guelph, gives a terrifying warning of the harms of experimental treatments. In particular, scientists have known for a long time that the added spike protein is a pathogenic protein. It is a toxin and can cause damage if it gets into blood circulation. According to Health Canada's summary basis of decision, updated May 20th of this year, the trials have not proven that the COVID vaccine presents infection or transmission. Domestically, in the seminal decision of Hop versus Lepp, the Supreme Court of Canada determined that the cases of non-disclosure of risks and medical information fall under the law of negligence. A patient has the right to understand the consequences of medical treatment, regardless of whether those consequences are deemed improbable, and have determined that although medical opinion can be divided as to the level of disclosure required, the standard is simple. A reasonable person would want to know the serious risks, even if remote. And that's from Ewell versus Parmley, 1945, Hop versus Lepp, 1980, Bryan versus Hicks, 1995, and Her Majesty versus Ewanchuk, 1999. Vaccination is voluntary in Canada. The federal and provincial governments have made it clear that getting the COVID-19 injections will not be mandatory. Mayor and city councillors are infringing on unalienable rights and putting themselves personally at risk of a civil tort and or a criminal tort for damages and potential imprisonment by attempting to impose this experimental medical treatment upon their citizens. Canadian laws have long recognized that individuals have the right to control what happens to their bodies. I have briefly covered a lot of ground and would like to close with one more category you must think about. Follow the money. Attempting to implement something illegal has its consequences. The current funding the City of Regina receives from both provincial and federal governments would be in jeopardy. One of the clauses in all government contracts is to follow the laws set forth. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract and funding is lost. How much do you stand to lose from SAS lotteries or any other government agency? If you break the law, how will it affect your bonding? What about breach of contract? You collect taxes from citizens and a reasonable man would expect services in return, which you have a track record of delivering. Now, all of a sudden, you still expect to receive the same amount of taxes from the very people you are trying to keep out of the facilities. You are even coercing the managers of those facilities to do your illegal, dirty work for you. As mayor, councillor, city manager, you are not doctors or a medical expert or a scientist, as in a virologist, immunologist, or a pathologist, and therefore you are unlawfully demanding medical procedures, recommending and or using coercion and duress to insist folks submit to the experimental medical treatment for COVID-19, namely being injected with one of the experimental gene therapies commonly referred to as a vaccine, and further being tested via the RT-PCR that has been proven to give up to 97% false positive as per the CDC, FDA, or the newer medical test known as the rapid test. The best option is to not ratify...
Ms. Duke, you've gone past 5 minutes, so if I could ask you to wrap it up in the next 10 seconds, that would be appreciated.
Okay, the best option is to not ratify the illegal decision of Chris Holden. I demand that he be released from his duties with cause effective immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll ask council if they have any questions of the delegate. Seeing none, I'll thank you again for your presentation this evening, as well as your written submission that was provided earlier, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Tracy Zambori. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members council may have for you. Good evening.
Hi there, it's Tracy Zambori. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm actually calling from my car on the side of 33 Highway because it's so important for me to have this opportunity to speak with you. So I want to thank you for that opportunity on behalf of Saskatchewan's registered nurses who are out there every day for their patients and on the front lines of this pandemic. And I'd really like to start my very short presentation today with a few short quotes directly from nurses that really depict how they're feeling, how they're coping. I speak with members every day. In fact, by the end of today, we will have spoken with nearly 500 members. And really, this is really the watershed of what they're saying. It's becoming difficult to participate in my own life. When I'm not working, I am sleeping. I am having anxiety attacks prior to going to work. We are losing senior emergency room staff because of burnout and stress. Young new nurses are suffering from PTSD and stress. They're starting to question their career choice. Systemic overcapacity is delaying care for emergency patients and resulting in the delivery of care in unsafe locations like the waiting room, hallways, ambulance bays, and even outside. It feels like we are just waiting until it happens that someone dies in our waiting room. We need help now, not 2 years from now. Folks, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Councillors, the situation is dire for both patients and nurses alike, and it is not sustainable. The fourth wave is taking its toll on Saskatchewan. We've heard the numbers. They are so frightening. We are seeing record daily case numbers, now sometimes in excess of 500, increased hospitalizations and ICU admissions, and overburdened and overcrowded emergency rooms. To say the least, nurses are exhausted, sad, and they are very worried for the safety of their patients. We only have to look to the west, to Alberta, to see where Saskatchewan is heading. And we talked about that as a board today. You know, we're going to come to a spot where we're going to have to perhaps start to decide who receives care and who doesn't, because our system is reaching that level of capacity. We're going to find, just like Alberta, that there are more ICU patients coming in than what we have beds for. This is a terrifying thought, but it is very real, and there is an imminent possibility if we don't do something. We also don't want to see what happened in Alabama recently, where a gentleman passed away from a heart attack after being turned away from over 40 emergency rooms in 3 different counties because they were too full. And when we're getting advice from Alabama on what not to do in a pandemic, I think we need to take a very giant step back and think about what it is we're doing here. As you heard, Saskatchewan patients are already being treated in hallways, waiting rooms, and even parking lots, and waiting up to 6 days for a bed. We are on the brink of a tragedy, but we have the collective power to prevent it. With strong leadership now, we can get ahead of these runaway case numbers, and we can do this in Regina with your help. This is why health professionals, physicians, nurses, and even the province's own medical health officers have been pleading with government to reinstate evidence-based and proven public health measures to stop the spread of COVID-19. We know that vaccines are one of the most important science-based tools we have to end this pandemic. We know that while there are breakthrough cases, this wave is becoming the pandemic of the unvaccinated. Registered nurses have seen firsthand the devastating effects of COVID-19 and understand that the only way out is through vaccination, physical distancing, mandatory masking, and vaccination validation or vaccine passports. Registered nurses are imploring the government and you, City Council, as leaders of our community, to act on these measures now. And finally, I'd like to speak to the protesters, especially those outside of hospitals. Sun's official statement could not have put it better. These are reprehensible acts of callous disregard and lack of respect for patients and families who are literally at their most vulnerable and seeking medical care. Furthermore, these protests are a damaging blow to the morale of the exhausted healthcare providers. And these people do not deserve and should not be allowed the title of nurse. Sun and Saskatchewan's registered nurses always will stand on the side of science. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I do have some questions from Council. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Tracy, for speaking today, and thank you to all of the nurses and the frontline workers that are serving our community and our care providers. I just want to ask, in regards to, we've heard from many today that are very concerned with the science and for many reasons do not want to feel that it should be a choice. When you see the nurses fighting in there to, I'm going to say, not only keep people alive, but literally are trying to support themselves to continue to go into work every day. But what are you seeing on the front lines from the nurses that if this goes on much longer, do we see a shortage of nurses like I think is in Alberta right now?
Oh, definitely. Thank you for the question. Yes, definitely. We're actually seeing that now. This is the reason why we had this directive from the government to be able to control where healthcare workers are in the province. There is a finite and even failing amount of healthcare workers, and it's stress. It is the untenable situation. Registered nurses will continue to show up every day like we always have, but we're not unbreakable. We're not infallible, and we need to have these public health orders made mandatory by the province as quickly as possible. And if the Regina City Council can also do that, we're imploring you to do so, because just moving the finite amount of workers around isn't going to stop the tide of COVID-19. We actually need those public health measures put back into place so that we can actually stem the tide of the Delta variant that's ravaging this province.
Thank you. We've received many emails from residents here in Regina, but concerned also and myself from cancer patients, from people awaiting kidney transplants, and many of these have been put on hold, and due to kind of the overrun health system. Can you just
Right.
elaborate, are nurses dispersed into some of these areas, or are they, if you just elaborate on that, do you have any extra information you could share on that?
What I can tell you is that the concentration right now that's coming from the government and the Saskatchewan Health Authority, they're looking to the COVID units because that's what's suffering. And, as registered nurses, we absolutely understand that with COVID-19, there's still people that have chronic illness, that have cancer diagnoses that need to be cared for. And because the system has been so crippled, they're not getting that health care now, and that's unfortunate. But if we can institute these measures and we can do this service slowdown, it will give the system a chance to breathe. It will allow for some more movement of human health resources to try to get our feet under us, and we'll be able to actually map out a strategy to get the people, all the people, not just people suffering from COVID, but everybody, a chance to get their health care needs met. But this is truly the fear of registered nurses, that patients aren't going to be able to get the care they need or the quality care they need unless we get these public health measures and this service slowdown properly put into place.
Thank you. And the last question I have is in regards to, I understand that we're seeing many cases, people who have COVID, they're being brought into the city centers to be able to have care. Is that what you're seeing in there within the hospitals, through the chair?
Most definitely. This is who it's. If you look at the government dashboard, 85% of the cases that are coming in are definitely COVID-based, and of that, almost close to 90% of them are the unvaccinated. And it really is important that we become vaccinated. But it is COVID that's overrunning the system, and it's not just in the cities. It's also in our regional centers like Yorkton, Swift Current, North Battleford, Moose Jaw, and even in the small rural hospitals, where the system is overrun and it cannot continue to function in the way it is. And one last thing, if I could, what I've been hearing more and more is there's, when unvaccinated people end up sick and they come in and they end up in a situation where their life is going to end. There is no turning back. They're asking then for the vaccine, and it's too late. It's too late. Once you've got COVID and you're in the hospital and you're going to be intubated, it's too late. That epiphany is coming a bit too late. We implore people. The science is real. COVID is real. The situation we're in is very real. Please go out and get vaccinated. Please speak with your member of the Legislative Assembly, your city councillor, and let's all work together to get these measures put into place.
Thank you. That's all I have. Tracy, thank you again to all of the nurses who are serving our care. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. If you'll stay on the line with us for a little bit, Ms. Zambori, we do have some other councillors who want to ask you a question. Councillor LeBlanc.
Okay, sure.
Thanks. Tracy, you're here on behalf of the Nurses Union, but you're also yourself a registered nurse, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So we've heard from a few people today that even people who have been double vaccinated can catch COVID. My question for you is, do you know whether someone who is double vaccinated is less likely to catch COVID than someone who's not vaccinated?
Well, the science actually supports that. I'm doubly vaccinated. Can I still catch COVID? Yes, I can. But what is absolutely proven is that the symptoms will be far, far less. The chance of becoming extremely ill is minimal, and the chance of being hospitalized is even less, and the chance of death is very, very less. So can I still get COVID if I'm vaccinated? Yes. But we also know that if we put in a masking mandate, that cuts that by, again, another 50%.
Thank you. Another thing we've heard quite a bit about today is the idea of herd immunity. Can you tell us what that is?
Well, herd immunity means that there's enough people vaccinated and have their immune system up that it just kind of burns whatever virus is out. But the jury's still out a little bit on how if herd immunity will work with COVID, simply because of all the variants. And the reason that we're having all these variants is because there's far too many people who are still unvaccinated. So we truly need to rely on people going out and getting vaccinated. That's what's going to lead us out of this, along with the reinstitution of the public health orders.
Thank you. And finally, do you know whether we yet have herd immunity in Saskatchewan against COVID?
We do not. We do not. If we had herd immunity, it wouldn't be exploding in this province.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, Tracy. Thank you very much for coming and being on the front line working. I've been at the hospital. Actually, I was there this morning on the COVID floor. I'd like to ask you a question through you, Madam Mayor. Has the Saskatchewan Union of Nurses implemented the mandatory vaccination in order to keep your job?
No. And let's be clear. Any union does not mandate vaccines. That's the job of the employer. And it's the employer who will create a policy on how they are going to manage vaccinations in their workplace. What the Saskatchewan Union of Nurses has is a position statement supporting mandatory immunizations for healthcare workers.
So, sorry, and I didn't understand exactly how that worked. Thank you for clarifying that. So has it been implemented from your employers yet, through you, Madam Mayor?
No, they're still working on a policy on how they are going to approach vaccinations in the workplace. And so far it's only been back and forth in draft, and nothing has been implemented at this point.
Okay. So that's all the questions I have then. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Hawkins.
I want to say to you and your colleagues from the bottom of my heart how much we appreciate the work you do, how much we respect you for your dedication to health. And I know I speak with real confidence that the residents of my ward love you and your nurses for all you're doing for us. Thank you.
Well, you made my day. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanicek.
Hello, Tracy. Thanks so much for coming. We've heard, I don't know if you had a chance to hear some of the presentations, but I'm just wondering if you could comment on a statement that that we're not really in a healthcare crisis right now, and I think you've outlined some of the things, but in particular, what is different with the Delta variant that we're dealing with now? Like, I mean, I do understand that it's more infectious, but what does it mean in terms of what you're dealing with in the hospitals, caring for patients who with this variant? How is it different from what we dealt with in the first and second waves?
Well, it's just so virulent, so contagious, and it just is attacking younger and younger people, as if people were made aware when they finally broke down the dashboard, because we had those 506 cases. Over 100 of those were children under the age of 12. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing more people coming in sicker and younger than ever before. And it's truly traumatic, because the other hard part of this is that oftentimes they're put into a situation where there isn't the possibility for family to be present, which puts even more stress onto the sick child and onto the care provider. It is really, the Delta variant is really taking its toll, particularly on younger and younger people. When we went through our first, second, and third wave of COVID, it was hitting the older population and probably into the 60s and above, into the 80s, into the 90s, were the majority of the people who were becoming very ill and succumbing. And we're starting to see that age lower drastically, and now we know that we have got in excess of 100 children in the system, some of them in the pediatric intensive care unit, intubated and gravely, gravely ill.
Oh my God. As a healthcare professional, you are responsible for protecting the private healthcare information of patients. We've heard from a lot of people that a vaccine mandate would violate their personal health information. I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, that is actually not accurate. Your people give their health record to the travel agent. It is not a violation of your privacy. It's actually taking care of the community. It is, we all have vaccine records from the time we were born that you will go in and share to go on a trip to the Dominican Republic. And so that is a wrong-headed way to think about this, that it's a violation of your health information. It is not. To know that you're vaccinated is the right thing to do. This is a we effort, not about me in particular. So, we have to come together as a community, and it is about looking after our sisters, our brothers, our friends, our family. So, we really, as registered nurses, we don't have time anymore for that kind of really selfish way of trying to live anymore. We can't do that. There's too many people dying, too many people ill, and our system is collapsing because of it.
Thank you. My last question is, we do know that now, our death rate, the number of total deaths in the province is now 629. We have the highest per capita case rate in the country right now.
Right.
But Regina's numbers aren't too bad. So even though our case numbers aren't as high, you're still seeing that there is a public health crisis in our hospitals with COVID.
Oh yes, absolutely. And let's just think back to the third wave. It was Regina that suffered that one. Saskatoon wasn't near as bad. All we've done is flip from south to north now. And there's a pretty good possibility that will leak its way down here. It always does. It has since the beginning of COVID back in March of 2020. Nobody is free. Nobody is flying under the radar. COVID is here. It's here 100%.
Thank you so much, Tracy, for taking time to speak with us.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing today, and through the chair, I hadn't intended on asking a question, but one of your other answers triggered one. You referred to, or it was referred to, not having any type of a vaccine mandate for your union membership. You said it was due to the decision or organization by the employer. When you're referring to the employer, is that the Sask Health Authority? Is that the administration of the hospital? Or is it a political wing? What's the description for the employer?
Yeah, the vaccine program is that of the employer, and the employer, for the majority of the members of SUN, that is the Saskatchewan Health Authority. There's affiliates like Extended Care Canada, Eden Care Associates, and different private long-term care facilities, Canadian Blood Services, Regina Public School, Athol Murray, and they are, we're seeing mandatory vaccine policies coming from, I believe we saw Canadian Blood Services, and I believe Eden Care Associates has also come in with one. But for the majority of registered nurses that work in the tertiary centers, all the hospitals, and the publicly funded, publicly administered programs in long-term care, that's the Saskatchewan Health Authority.
Thank you for breaking it down for me. I just want to understand who was responsible for the decision.
Thank you very much. Ms. Zambary, I see no further questions from council, and I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening, for pulling over to the side of the highway and answering questions. Most appreciated.
I'm very proud to do it, and please, everyone, take care and stay safe. Bye now.
on. We'll now consider item CM 21-8, COVID-19 update. Can I have someone from administration introduce the report? Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. And maybe before I introduce the report, I just want to make a couple of comments. And first of all, I want to thank the former council and this council for the leadership and direction that council has taken to protect the community and protect our employees. But I also want to thank city staff. So this goes back to March of 2020, and we were all into the throes of a pandemic. And we've had a team here at the city that have worked very, very hard. Executive directors, city clerk, city solicitor, directors, managers, coordinators, supervisors, leadmen, our union leadership. Everyone has come together and worked hard and focused on protecting, first of all, the safety of our staff, but protecting the safety of the community. And most importantly, making sure that we're in a position to be able to deliver services to residents that they rely on each and every day. So I can't say enough about that. I do just want to comment that, it was April 15th when council delegated some authority to the city manager. And that was delegated so we could make decisions to respond to COVID-19 in a fairly rapid response. And I take that delegation of authority very seriously. And I take that as a privilege that council has said, you put your trust in me, and I don't make decisions on my own. I make decisions on discussion and advice of council. And I make decisions on discussion and consult with medical professionals. And at the end of the day, I am accountable. I'm accountable to the mayor and the 10 councillors that are in this chamber today. So I just wanted to start with that, but I will introduce the report. So we all know that as of July 11th, the medical health order in Regina was lifted, and I think we all celebrated. We took our masks off and we felt comfortable. We started to, interact with families in much closer situations. It was a little awkward. People didn't know if they should shake hands, pound a fist, tap an ankle, or hug. So we are now back into the fourth wave of COVID. So on August 31st, in response to the rising COVID cases and to help prevent transmission of the virus in the community, the City of Regina, through my delegate authority, announced additional safety precautions for the public and for city employees. And as a first step, we required in indoor city facilities and on Regina Transit the wearing of masks. And I'd like to thank Regina residents for their cooperation in wearing masks when they access those indoor city facilities and when they've been taking Regina Transit. The City of Regina is committed to the health and safety of its workplace and to protect our employees, our staff, our interns, students, and contractors from the hazards of COVID-19. So we've been working very closely with medical health experts to monitor the COVID-19 situation and assess options to ensure the health and safety of our employees and the community, as well as the continuity of city services. So we know that masks are an effective way to limit the spread of COVID-19. But that said, the medical science and all the medical experts say that vaccination remains the best option to prevent transmission, as well as serious illness and death. It's been mentioned already. Saskatchewan has the highest rate of cases per 100,000 population in the country and one of the lowest vaccination rates in Canada. So over the past several months, the city's partnered with the Saskatchewan Health Authority and community partners to encourage vaccination through earned media, mayoral challenges with Saskatoon, pop-up vaccination clinics, and at city facilities, and the promotion of vaccination within our organization. So 2 weeks ago, in addition to announcing the masking requirements, we announced that the City of Regina would work towards proof of vaccination for our employees and also for the public that access our indoor city facilities. Today, the city's approved a proof of vaccination administrative policy for our employees. So proof of vaccination is beginning this week with all of our out-of-scope staff, and we're targeting an implementation date of mid-October for our in-scope employees. And we've outlined in the report some significant background and information on the upcoming proofs of vaccination requirement for the public accessing indoor city facilities. In the previous announcement, we indicated that the proof of vaccination for the public would only be implemented once a QR code was available. The QR code provides residents with a method of showing proof of vaccination, and it protects their personal health information. So we don't see a vaccination record. We don't know the type of vaccination people received. We don't know when they received it. Since the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the city announced proof of vaccination, eHealth Saskatchewan has been challenged to meet the demand of residents' requests to register for a MySask health record. And that MySask health record is where individuals will get access to the QR code. So on September 1st, eHealth announced it was recruiting staff to respond to the increased demand following the rider and the city announcements. At the beginning of September, there were approximately 300,000 Saskatchewan residents that had MySask health record accounts. There's more than 60,000 of those have downloaded their records since August 5th, including 12,000 people 2 days following the announcement that the Saskatchewan Roughriders would require a proof of vaccination or negative COVID test. So the city is appreciative of the efforts of eHealth Saskatchewan and the current strain on the healthcare system, as we just heard. And we also recognize concerns from residents about the ability to secure the QR code by late September to access city facilities. So as a community leader, we want to ensure residents that we have sufficient time for people to register for that MySask health record and to secure a QR code. That will make accessing city facilities more seamless for our community, ensure that the city is not collecting that public health information. When we announced that we wanted to have this in place by 20th of September for public, it was based on the availability of the QR code. And we now know that the QR code will be available the week of September 20th, and they'll be putting in a process in terms of an app that individual businesses, et cetera, will be able to use to validate whether someone is vaccinated or not vaccinated. Obviously, we need that in place before we can move forward. We need to test it. We need to make sure that we have all of the system in place to support that. But most importantly, we need individuals to be able to have that eHealth account. So to implement it when we know that there's a significant number of people that have not had the opportunity to access eHealth and access and secure that QR code really puts a fairly significant proportion of our population in a very difficult position. So we've revised that public target date for proof of vaccination till November 15th. We've had a team of individuals, our legal department, we've had advice from external solicitors as well. We've had Ms. Folk through our People in Horticulture area. We've taken a true team approach in terms of making sure that we can provide opportunities for our staff to provide proof of vaccination. We're working very closely with our unions and associations to make sure that they are on board and supportive of the proof of vaccination program. So it's been a fairly significant effort, and we need to make sure that we are prepped and ready in our facilities with additional staffing to make sure that we can provide the public an opportunity to provide that proof of vaccination. And for those who are not eligible to be vaccinated, they'll have the option of providing proof of a negative COVID test. So I'll leave it there, and between myself, Ms. Folk, Mr. Weary, and Mr. Chaudhry, we'd be more than pleased to answer any questions that you would have.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Can I have a motion? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you. Master, I have a motion here. I'm just going to read it. I'm not sure if the clerk can put it up. That the additional safety precautions outlined by the city manager on August 31st, 2021, respecting the requirements for proof of vaccination or of a negative test for members of the public to access indoor city facilities be rescinded, but that the similar restriction for city employees be maintained.
Prior to Councillor Frindera speaking to it, he will need a seconder for it to be debated on the floor. What? Councillor Mole seconding it. Proceed, Mr. Frindera.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I'm double vaccinated. I wear a mask all the time. I do believe in the vaccination, the masks, and all the safety and people that are on the front lines. But at the same time, we need to hear we're representing everyone equally as residents, and I believe their voices need to be heard as well, good, bad, or indifferent. Mental health has been, I've heard many stories about mental health within keeping someone like children away from activities. Hear a lot of stories. I mean, I know what we need to be and how we need to get there, but at the same time, the individuals that are, ladies that are pregnant, kids that are in different sports, hockey, any of the heavy indoor facilities programs, that we need to rethink this. I know that what we need to do, but there are areas where mental health has been kind of overlooked on the whole aspect of what we need to and when we need to get to. So I'm not speaking against vaccination or speaking against masks. Even when Mr. Holden mentioned that July the mask went off, you didn't see me without one. Everyone wasn't wearing, well, not everyone, but I was wearing a mask all the time. So I understand the impact of things, but at the same time, as people, we need to respect each other as well, and to encourage individuals to do get vaccinated, or to help out in any ways to make sure that we are respecting what we are. And the stories goes both ways. Just when we talked about fluoridation, when we talked about conversion therapies, all of those things, they need to be on the floor. I respect Mr. Holden. I voted in favor to give Mr. Holden the authority back in April. I'm not saying anything is wrong. It's just we need to have a discussion about, there are individuals out there that, yes, they need encouragement, or some they cannot. There's many aspects of it. And as me finding out too now, doubly vaccinated, I might carry it, I might catch it. So we're looking at getting third or fourth. When U.S. and Russia back in the 60s got together, I think it was smallpox or whatever, it took 20 years. So that means this is going to be with us for a long time. We're not going to just push it to the side and move on. We need to learn how to work with it. We need to learn to live with it. And I believe that's what's going to happen. So, Mayor Master, that's the reason I brought this up, is to have a debate, have a discussion. Not that I don't see that Mr. Holden hasn't done his homework, but I need to hear, the colleagues and the public needs to hear us, what this is all about. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frindera. Councillor Mole.
I just want to start out by saying I am also fully vaccinated, but I want to say that I believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I also believe that all people have the right to live their lives how they choose to. And this is why I've seconded the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Believe in the rights and the charters and freedom as well, but I think that safety comes over personal rights is how it lays out, and that was the advice given, so that's why I'm seeing that way. I have a question. One of the delegates mentioned where we got our information from. Luckily, the province allowed one of the health authorities, second in command, to speak to us and give us information. With that information, he indicated that there was some type of a apparatus or mechanism to take people in who were allergic to the vaccine or not able to take it. I'm wondering if anyone can confirm that for me, that I heard correctly.
So through Mayor Masters, I know that the councillor is referring to a briefing from Dr. Morris Hennick. The question is that those that do not have the ability to be vaccinated for whatever reason?
Some people have allergies or medical conditions that they cannot be vaccinated. There is some type of a mechanism within this to, first of all, allow those people to be identified and to move through society still, contacting the Sask Health Authority.
Okay. So the question is, how do we access that? Or if they can't provide proof of vaccination at a city facility, then people do have the option to provide a negative test that would indicate that they are not COVID positive.
And what about for the people who contact the health authority that cannot receive the vaccination at all? They would have to go through the negative test as well? Or would they have a vaccine pass that would say who they were and what they're going through? Anything like that?
You're speaking of an exemption, Councillor Mancinelli?
Right, and so within our policy, and we're working on the public piece, but at the end of the day, if you are not able to be vaccinated for whatever reason, medical reason, religious reason, etc., then to protect the safety of our employees and other patrons that are in our buildings, we will require that they provide a negative test.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm going to speak against the motion. My understanding is that statistically speaking, if you can get vaccinated, it is a poor health choice to not get vaccinated. This poor health choice isn't limited to impact on yourself, so it actually poses a further risk to people around you. So in that way, disallowing these people, it's not like they're in our facilities chewing Nicorette or chewing tobacco. It's like they're smoking cigarettes next to the rest of us. And that's very reasonable to say don't smoke cigarettes in our gym because it poses a risk, health risk to the rest of us, and it makes it less enjoyable and less safe to the rest of us. So I think it's proportionate to do it. I'm going to oppose the amendment and support the underlying report as it's drafted. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I too oppose the amendment. There's been a good deal of talk this afternoon about our rights and our freedoms, particularly in reference to the Charter of Rights. No one has yet said that our rights and freedoms under the Charter are subject to exceptions that can be demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. The two classic examples of demonstrable justification are war and pandemic. And all of that makes good sense, because when you're in a pandemic, it's not about your rights. It's about the survival and safety of the community, an obligation which all of us have as citizens. I think that the city manager and his team were exactly correct to require not only employees of the city, but members of the public to show either proof of vaccination or negative COVID test before using city facilities. Absolutely right, because it's been said, this is about the safety of city employees, which the law requires us to take into account. Perhaps even more compelling, it's about the safety of the children in those city facilities, many of whom are too young yet to be vaccinated. It's about our duty to protect those children. It's about our duty to protect other members of the public. Those are compelling reasons why we should require members of the public who use city facilities to be vaccinated or to show that they aren't negative. Unfortunately, the city does not have jurisdiction beyond its rec facilities, its public facilities, but for what we can do, we should do, because first and foremost, we're elected to protect the members of the public and the members of city administration employees who do so much good work for the public. So I want to say that I very much oppose this motion for those reasons, and if this motion fails, Madam Mayor, I would like to propose an alternate motion in the lines along which I'm speaking. I urge Council to vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
This is a tough call. I've worked alongside of lots of nurses, lots of medical staff. I've been there with parents that feel very strongly against and very strongly for. I know from my calls and my emails and my talking with many, many people, there's been more that are in favor of this for the safety of their children. I would like to ask, though, administration and Chris Holden, if you could explain to us, I've had a lot of questions from people saying, well, why don't you just mandatory the masking for everybody, since that works, and then not do the vaccination? So through you, Madam Mayor, can you explain to us why you're mandating both the vaccination and the masking?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So again, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not a medical expert, but I will quote from Dr. Morris Hennick, who is Regina's Chief Medical Officer, that those that are unvaccinated are 10 times more likely to get COVID. And that COVID-19 has a mortality rate of between 1% and 3%. So yes, we know that masking will lessen transmission, but it does not protect like vaccination does. So, you know, the other question that gets asked is, well, once you bring in proof of vaccination, do people still need to wear a mask? At the end of the day, we do know that people that are double vaccinated, fully vaccinated, can get COVID. Medical, again, will tell you that those people are not getting as sick, and they very seldom get admitted to hospital. So we're taking an approach that says, let's all wear masks, and let's move to proof of vaccination as soon as we can. And it's all about protecting the health and safety of our staff, which we have a direct responsibility for through, you know, our safety responsibility. And then by extension, giving our staff comfort that those individuals that they're going to interact with in our city facilities have been vaccinated as well.
Okay, that kind of answered my question. I just, wearing masks stop the spread of COVID by how much of a percentage? Do we have that stat?
I do not have that statistic, no.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichuk.
I'm speaking against this motion. I think that we have been trying to listen to the best advice from our medical experts. And at the end of August, Dr. Corey Neufeld, who's with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, on behalf of other doctors, they called for proof of immunization or vaccine passports or a negative COVID rapid test throughout the province. They want to see that to try to stem the tide of this the skyrocketing COVID cases that we're experiencing right now in Saskatchewan. I think it's a very important preventative step. You close the barn door before the horse goes out. You don't close it afterwards. And we really need to take these steps. Now, it was mentioned that this is important to protect children, and I think that is critical. We heard from Tracy Zambori that there are children who are being intubated, and they don't even have their parents that can be there with them. That just must be the most frightening experience ever. There's been 20% of the cases the other day were children under the age of 12. Masking will reduce, the stats are, the doctors have said that it would reduce by 50%, would reduce the spread of infection and hospitalization by 50%. But this is a very, very dangerous and very, very infectious variant. It takes much less time for people to be in contact with it to become infectious. And we do know from other provinces and other cities that when they announced that they were going to be doing vaccine requirements to enter into non-essential public places, that it increased the amount of vaccinations. There was a huge increase of the number of people who decided to get their vaccine because they knew it was going to be, you know, if they wanted to continue to live their life and enjoy their life, they're going to need a vaccine in order to go to a bar or a restaurant or a movie theater and so forth. We have over 711,000 vaccinated, fully vaccinated people in this province, but we've been told that it's not enough yet. We need more vaccinated people. So I do believe that mandatory vaccines will encourage more of the hesitant to get the vaccine, and it will protect the general public in Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Speak against this motion and support the work that the city manager has done, all of council and the mayor for the last over a year now. Countless dialogue with the SHA and experts outside of the official health system. What the city manager has presented to us, based on this evidence, are arguments informed by public health expertise and science. On the other hand, we have a group that talks about the need to take a dewormer as an approach to combating this pandemic. So I have to say to council, which side are you on? Yes, there are risks. Yes, this is a system of pressure, but we've seen in other jurisdictions that it works. Is it a proven approach without any consequences? No. Is there evidence from other jurisdictions? In fact, most of Canada will end up down this road where you introduce a system like this, there is an uptick in vaccination. That is what we need to achieve. To Councillor Frindura's point about smallpox, yes, that was eradicated because of vaccination. It wasn't because we shook our fists and said this is an individual choice. This was a concerted global effort to eradicate a disease, and it was successful. And it wasn't just by being nice. It was actually by rolling out and informing the public and using science to make decisions. And I'm a bit worried that we're in 2021, coming to 2022, and now all that is in question. So I'm in support of the city manager and his approach. I don't take this lightly. I think the strategy that's before us is only flawed by the fact that it's going to take until November to roll out. And I'm a bit worried that we will then give space to folks who present to us pseudo-legalistic and pseudoscientific claims about why we can't introduce this and why vaccines are a hazard to our public health. So I won't be supporting this. I'm a bit disappointed it's coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I completely oppose this motion that's brought forward. We've heard from many, many residents, at least I have, how concerned they are. And I want to say thank you to administration and to Chris Holden for standing up. This is not easy. And, but it does take leadership to start here. We know, we meet and hear from Dr. Hennick every week. Or I know that our city administration does, and we also can meet or have met. And I think the concern here is that we know the right thing to do. This is science. They've told us. And I think the concern that really concerns me is, and I need clarification, but you know, the similar restrictions for city employees be maintained. So we're asking our city staff we're going to, you know, to ensure that they are, but we're not going to really protect them because we're going to allow the public to come in who's not vaccinated. That's a disservice to our employees. And I also want to say thank you to our city employees that have kept our city going. I think of the transit operators. I mean, the list goes on. And you know, our job here is to ensure that we are making the right decision and the most informed decision with the information that we have. And we've done that. We've heard from the nurses union, Tracy, that talks about the nurses who are walking away, some who are again, very, very tired. We've been in this 20 months. 20 months. And this isn't rocket science because we just have to look at the provinces over. And I'm absolutely disappointed this has come forward after we as a council have had conversations about this. And I guess the other point that I'd like to make is there is no crystal ball, but I do think that we can look at the border, across the border, we can look at other provinces. Ontario, you need to show your vaccination if you're going into a restaurant. We haven't even got that year. We're just starting here with our city facilities. So I absolutely do not support this motion, and I do think that we here are supposed to be in this together, and this does not do this. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'll just add in, pardon me? Councillor Zakidniak, did you have some comment you wanted to make?
Excuse me, is this our only opportunity to speak then? Or will there be another?
This is on the motion of Councillor Findora to remove the restriction on the public. If defeated, we go back to a main motion that has not been made yet.
Okay, that's fine. I'll reserve my speaking till then. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Zakidniak. I'll just let council know that while we've been in this meeting, the Alberta government has announced that as of September 20th, vaccine-eligible individuals will be required to provide government-issued proof of immunization or negatively privately paid COVID-19 tests from within the previous 72 hours to access a variety of participating social, recreational, and discretionary events and businesses throughout the province. So they continue to fall. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on Councillor Findura. Did you want to close this off?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As the comments being made that we need to work together, that's exactly what it is. We as council have the privy to maybe challenge the normal or not normal, and we need to be heard without any prejudice or any kind of negative discussion on that side. We all have an opinions, and we stick with them. So disappointment or not, this is not about how we are as a team. We are as a team, but making a team means is that there are some disappointment, some discussion, some oppositions of whatever we do. That is the democratic part of who we are as a council. But yet we are not the government. We are not health body. We are not. And I remember when this came, we asked the government to go ahead of the curve. They shut us down. So we need to be heard, and everyone needs to be heard on an equal level. Doesn't matter how good or bad or indifferent or against or for. That's the democratic process, and I believe in that. Once the vote is taken, however that goes, everyone has their own opinion. So I appreciate the conversation. It's good to hear all the comments. That's what it's all about. This is why we are in this chair, to do that. This is nothing about personal. This is business. And this is talking about what we have said here and who elected us to do what. So we need to evaluate that. I appreciate everyone's comments. I agree. I accept. And I appreciate that. So thank you for the opportunity to express. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. With respect to Councillor Findura's motion, I will begin with Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The motion is defeated 9-2.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that City Council affirm its continued support and confidence in City Manager Chris Holden's decisions respecting proof of vaccine or negative COVID tests and other restrictions as outlined on August 31, 2021, and in accordance with the authority delegated to him by Council in April 2020. Mayor, if I can get a seconder, I'd like to speak briefly to this.
Councillor Bresciani is your seconder.
Thank you very much. Mr. Holden, you and your team have shown foresight and courage and leadership in bringing forward these restrictions. You have heard criticism today from delegations that was entirely unjustified. It's important that you understand that Council has your back, Council respects what you've done, and is fully supportive. The decisions you've taken with respect to these restrictions have saved lives in this city and will continue to save lives so long as we're in the grips of this pandemic. I hope that you continue to lead with confidence, and I hope that other cities and towns and communities and villages in our province, and I hope our provincial governments take note of the leadership which you have shown and follow accordingly. I thank you, and I ask Council's support for this motion as an expression of our gratitude and of our thanks and of our encouragement that you continue along the path that you've traveled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Do any members of Council feel the need to speak to this motion? Seeing none. Councillor Hawkins, anything you want to finish up with?
No.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In support.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moule has left the meeting. Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
I move adjournment, Mayor.
I have a motion to adjourn from Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a second? Councillor Stevens. Any opposed? Thanks very much. Thanks to administration for sticking it out. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.